there's something usually beautiful about maiden events. It's um, for me, I see it as a spring of something really huge because I am no who must have heard that a journey of 1,000 miles, they say, starts with what? A step. But I have been corrected that it starts with continuous steps. Okay, it starts with the first steps, but the first step, maybe baby steps, but then it has to be continuous steps so that you cover up that 1,000 miles, right? So for the Lagos Business Conference, we look forward to bigger and better. And we are looking at the principles of wealth creation. I don't know what you may have heard about wealth creation, but in life, life generally is governed by principles. So if you get it wrong, then you'd be getting everything wrong. The principles are fundamental truths that form the bedrock on which your beliefs and your belief systems are built. So if you get your principles, the fundamental truths wrong, then you'd just be building on the wrong soil. And I know that a very, very popular book says that if the foundations be destroyed, if the foundations are wrong, then just wait for catastrophe. So today, just get ready to learn, to unlearn, and also relearn. Okay? So, what have you heard about wealth creation, and all that comes with it? You're going to be learning a lot because how can you talk about wealth when you're not talking about health, right? So, and we know that health is wealth. We'll be talking about the business of health and exercise. We'll also be delving into real estate, the business of real estate. And I mean, it's a an advancing world of media and technology. So, what we'll be doing in a business conference if we're not talking about media, the business of media in wealth creation in business. So, just sit back and just expect nothing less than excellence in the values that will be dished out today. Once again, you are welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. The welcome address from the chief convener of this conference. So let's welcome no other person than, please, as we do that, I would want you, I implore you to do something with your hands. Your hands should not be so busy this morning, right? So let's welcome to the stage Mr. Odera Buzie.
Thank you very much. Um, the pursuit of wealth is a common aspiration, yet the path to achieving it can be overwhelming. I welcome you all to the inaugural edition of Lagos Business Conference. I have a few notes I would just like you to, you know, jot down because we are giving wealth. You know, if you don't have wealth in mind, you might as well be poor. So, success in this endeavor demands time, effort, and unwavering discipline. There are, there are, you know, get rich syndrome, the likes of MMM, the likes of Ponzi scheme, the likes of Ultimate Cycler. I did Ultimate Cycler when I was in school, when Sakpa wanted to destroy me. But then I lost, at that Ultimate Cycler, I lost 12,000. Somebody else brought another scheme. You register one person, you bring two people that you bring another two people under you. So those two people will pay, which I was also defrauded of 13,000. The only time I was saved was MMM. And at that point, I knew people that lost their school fees. I knew people that lost a lot of money. We are talking in millions of naira. So get rich quick syndrome is a disease that has eaten into the mind of Africans, that has eaten into the minds of Nigerians. Now, people tend to overlook hard work, because from hard work, you get your success. No rich man was lazy or joined this Ponzi scheme before he could make it. Now, this Lagos Business Conference is to gather people that are ready to be hardworking and to make it in life. Once you deviate from the norm, trust me, you can't make it. Even Yahoo boys, when they make their money from Yahoo, you see that they spend it lavishly. There's a saying that goes thus: if you fetch the water by yourself, you will know the value of every drop. So when you make your money by yourself, you sweat, you make your money, you will know the value of 5 naira. You will know the value of 10 naira. You will know the value of 50 naira. I do hear people say 50 naira is a small money. But then I was told something some years ago by someone. He said, why do you keep leaving change for people? He gave me an assignment and he said, do this assignment. Those 50 naira you're leaving for people, take it, drop it somewhere. Throughout last year, with those 50 naira, I think I made close to 50,000. With those 50 naira and all. So the money you call small is mighty when it comes together. So this Lagos Business Conference, we are here to talk about media. We are here to talk about health, like our Honorable MC has said. Now, people don't usually follow the trend. Someone told me again that his uncle, while this WhatsApp came out, this Instagram, he was sitting in his office. Young men started using WhatsApp, Snap, and Send, and that was how he was put out of business. So we came together and decided that people need to know the value and the function of media in business. People need to know tech in business. People need to know how you can keep your health in business. My mom was saying sometime that she knows someone that works from Sunday to Sunday without checking his health, and the money he worked for the month, he spent it in hospital. That was what informs, or that was what brought about health in business. You can't walk from Sunday to Sunday without looking at your health. Of course, we've heard people that have slumped and died just like that because of their health. So I believe this Lagos Business Conference would fine-tune the minds of people to the fact that they should watch their health while doing business. Creating wealth is a step. We adopted that saying, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Trust me, when you want to start your business or you intend to start a business, it's going to be hard. There will be obstacles. But how you deal with the obstacle will definitely, tell on your future. My dad is my role model in business. And what I am today as a businessman, I give him credit because he actually taught me wealth. Money is easy to build. It's not easy to get, sorry, but it's very easy to blow away. Very easy to blow away. So this period we are going to talk about how to create wealth. Then when we come another time, Then we will now talk about how to sustain wealth. It's not just making money, but how do you keep money? So I trust that at the end of today, we would be richer in our mind, not just our pocket. We'll be richer in our mind and our pocket. Because a wealthy mind has a wealthy pocket. A wealthy mind has a wealthy pocket. If you are ignorant of how to make wealth, you would not even think about it. You would not even see the way to make wealth. Money, again, money is not easy to get, but it's hard to blow. I took a decision some time ago that I will have nothing to do with a clubhouse. One, not because it is a bad idea, but because I don't see the relevance of going to a club. You shut down a club today, tomorrow the club opens. If you have excess money that you don't know what to do with it, invest. We have real estate. You can invest in media. You can invest in whatever business you want to invest. That's if you have excess money. Now, this part of the world, we don't usually talk about generational wealth that will sustain our generation. We always think about ourselves. Oh, I hustled, so therefore my children must hustle. Fine. But teach them how, carry them to where you are making your money. Let them see the value in that money. So that when they want to request for money, they would know that the money is not easy to make. We often say, leave our children, let them be where they want to be, or when they grow up. One thing I realized late in life, assuming I had started my father's business, I looked into it when I was growing up. I thought by now I should have been far. But all the same, I still thank God for where I am today. So I would like you to listen, take notes of whatever is going to be brought out here, and I'm sure you would enjoy it. If you have any question, you can write it down and it will be attended to. Once again, you're welcome to the Lagos Business Conference. Thank you.
Okay, you're all welcome once again. Um, I don't know if you took down some notes from our chief convener. If you did, please, what are those key things that you took down? I want to hear from two people, at least two people. Okay, let's hear from a wealthy mind has a wealthy pocket. Yes. So that's word on Marvel. A wealthy mind has a wealthy pocket. So one other person. To be wealthy, you need to eliminate the get rich quick syndrome. Yes. To be wealthy, you need to eliminate the the mindset, yes, of the get rich quick syndrome. Yes, those 2 points are keynotes that you should take out from that. I also noted that money is not easy to get, but money is easy to blow away. Yes, so we already have started getting some value, right? So let's just sit back. I would like to specially welcome you who are seated here, and for our online viewers, you are all welcome. You are so special. Without you, this would not be a success. So you're all welcome. Please give yourself a round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, so we want to delve into what we came here for, and that will be unleashing more and more values. We want to listen to our speaker, the first speaker of today, and he'll be talking to us about the business of media, the business of media in um, wealth creation, of course. And he's no other person than Michael Chukuma. I'm going to be reading the profile of this wonderful personality so that you know that you're not listening to just anyhow person. He's an experienced person in the media. So, Chukuma Obinna Michael is a Rivers State born Nigerian. His educational journey took place in Lagos, where he completed his primary and secondary school, after which he secured admission to the esteemed Yaba College of Technology in Lagos, Nigeria, specializing in computer science and graduating with honors, obtaining a second class upper degree. From an early age, Chukuma displayed a penchant for storytelling. His foray into the media commenced in junior secondary school 3 when he became part of his church media department, earning a videography certificate. In 2019, he further honed his skills by obtaining a filmmaking and video editing certificate from the Crave Peak Academy. During the lockdown, he achieved a cohort certificate in photography from Terra Institution and acquired a soft skills certificate from Joberman. Chukuma's professional journey includes roles as the official photographer for Tipso Entertainment, a senior photographer in Globacom Nigeria for 3 years now, and the in-house photographer for Nexus Media Firm. In 2023, he contributed his videography expertise to Mainland Oil and Gas during the OTL Downstream Oil and Gas Sector event. With an impressive background working with reputable media houses in Nigeria, Michael has carved a niche for himself as a visionary in the media and tech industry. His expertise as the cinematographer and director has not only set industry standards, but has also introduced countless individuals to the dynamic world of media and technology. Presently, he serves as the media coordinator for WebSavian Academy, and he acts as a media consultant for the BMI Finishing School. He also serves as an ICT personnel for the former Chief Justice of Lagos State, Nigeria, Justice Oluwatoyin Taiwo. His current role is as Director of Photography with Crave Peak Production. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you see about this profile, but if your hands are not busy, and I know they are not, can you please make welcome to stage Mr. Michael Obinna? You can do better, please. Welcome, sir.
Morning, everybody. You are not looking excited. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I promised I'm going to share my story before I dive into this slide I have. So, growing up, I never had a role model. Yeah, I came from a family where to eat was a war. Many people say it's a normal story, but my own story is dynamic in the sense that I lived in a compound where my mom had to wait for someone to finish pounding pepper. And when the person finish pounding pepper, she carries the mortar, pour water inside, and we buy food and we eat. That's where I came from. So growing up, I had this mindset of, I cannot remain here. I don't want to remain here. I need to make it. I need to have substance in life. I need to start carving a niche for myself. I need to be better than what my father was. I need to be better than what my father is. And my journey started. While I was in primary 6, I started washing Okada, motorcycle. Let me put it that way. I started washing Okada, and I would save up money. My colleague, Mr. Samuel, was like, he keeps 50 naira and all those stuff. So I started saving. Then I was washing Okada. One Okada then was 20 naira. So I started washing the Okada. People would come to the compound. Sometimes they're like, where that boy where they wash Okada? Please pardon my grammar. I come out boldly. Yes, now me they wash Okada. Which Okada I won't wash? I started washing 20 naira. In a day, I can make up to 100 naira. That's 5 bikes in a day. And before you knew it, I said, it is time to upgrade my game. Yeah. So I told this bike man that, okay, I know they wash Okada for 20 naira again, no, now 50 naira now. Because I started saying, okay, if I can wash 5 bikes in a day, that's 100 naira. If I can upskill, if I can upgrade it and make it 50 naira, that's 250 in a day. So I started saving money. At a very tender age, I was able to save up to, in a year, I was able to save up to 50,000 naira then. And Christmas Day, my mom would just go to the Kolo. See, if you don't have a savings policy, please start with Kolo. Because that particular thing helped me over the years. It might sound funny. It might sound very funny, but start with Kolo. What do they call it? Saving box, right? Please don't mind my grammar. Start with savings box. Then you'll be shocked how much you make with that saving box. And I took it upon myself. I took a decision that after every day's work, no matter the amount remaining in my pocket, it must enter that box. If you like, it should be 5,000. If you like, it should be 20 naira. But it was a decision I took that immediately I come back from all the stress of the day, I just come back and I put my hand in my pocket, scatter my pocket, and at the end of the day, I can say, okay, 100 naira is remaining. Okay, I put it there. Because if you notice, when you have excess money in your hands and you are not doing anything with that money, you tend to spend it anyhow. And that is one of the major problems with youth. Immediately they have extra cash. Maybe they finish spending for the day and they have like 3,000 extra. The next day, once they wake up, at that time hungry go catch you pass. That's the period when you want to eat Yarisika's akara in the morning. Yes. So I decided that, okay, each day I come back from work, each day I come back from the office, I check my pocket. Okay, I'm not doing anything. I don't have anything to buy. I just put it inside that box. Then at the end of the day, I discovered I was amassing so much money at a very tender age. My journey into media, I joined media when many of my mates were busy playing. In JS3, waiting the boy won't know now. Waiting we know. We don't know anything. But I noticed that whenever they call a church program, the title of that program then was Empowerment Program. I was in JS3, Empowerment Program. So I will go and stand behind the cameraman. As small as I was then, I'll stand and I will be looking. And sometimes if you notice that, okay, this boy is always coming here, he will just give me way. Oh yeah, look at what I'm doing. The tripod was very tall. The tripod was very tall, but I took a decision that I love storytelling. I love telling stories. I want to be part of this thing. Now, not just being part of this thing, I had passion for it. Most people go into businesses because their friend goes into that same business. And that's a very, very huge mistake you can make in life. First of all, it has to be a passion. If you're going into a business, it has to be passion. You must have passion for that business. Then secondly, you want to make money with that passion. Because if your passion is not making you money, you will leave it all. I'm very serious. So first thing, it has to be passion. Why am I going into this thing? Do I like this thing? Do I want to do this thing? Is this what I really want to do? Is this what I want to achieve? Then after that, okay, how can this, my passion, make money? How can I use my passion to make money? That's another thing you should consider. Then, when you notice your passion is making you money, start diversifying. It's not a do or die affair. You must not die in that passion. You must not die there. I'll give you an instance. I have a friend. He started with affiliate marketing, but today he calls himself the youngest landlord, the latest landlord. He delved into real estate. And from real estate, he has started making investments in tech. Why? I know how to market. There are some people that their passion is marketing. If somebody follow you and do marketing, have you met these people who want you to open accounts? If those people advertise for you and you will not know when you carry all your savings and you are opening an account, they are very good with marketing. But after marketing, what next? Because the person you are marketing for might lay you off. Now, at a tender age, I saw the way my dad was stressing, was working 9 to 5. Sometimes I don't see him. And at the end of the day, he was bringing in little or nothing. And I told myself, I took a decision. Please, if you don't have my kind of mind, don't do it. I said, I will never work under somebody. Yes. All these things they were reading, I'm not working under somebody at the end of the day. Because if you're working under somebody, you will not have time to work for 4 or 5 companies. And remember, the great book says there are 4 streams that leads into the Garden of Eden. I don't know if you've read that part of the Bible. I love the Bible so much. There are 4 streams that leads into the Garden of Eden. Then why are you having only 1 stream of income? As a teacher, you can be doing something else. On Saturday, Sunday, it's free. As I am here like this, if you call me on Sunday morning and say, Michael, carry camera, come, or we want to go and shoot. I wake up in the morning, I carry my camera and I go and shoot. Does that stop me from being a Christian? No. That doesn't stop me from being a Christian. Does that stop me from gaining favor from God? No. Because being pastored by gullible pastors. Because if you have been pastored by those who are selfish, who wants you to always be available in church, you must be in church. Don't come to church, you are a sinner. If you don't come to church, you are this, you are that. My friend, if you don't go to church, you die of hunger. If you're always in church, you die of hunger. That's why I pity so many young ladies who don't go out there to be industrious. Because there is money outside. In my slide, there's something I put there, prep for success. And what I put there is, opportunity not tied to a goal is a wasted opportunity. Why am I saying this? Imagine somebody wants to give you 10 million naira now. Imagine someone gives you 10 million naira now and they want you to do business. And you don't have any business idea. What will happen to that money? It will be wasted. So if you have opportunity and it is not tied to a particular goal, that is, you have to always be prepared so that when opportunity comes, you'll be able to utilize that opportunity. That's very important. So I went into media, then I was doing so well, and somebody just said, okay, come and do this thing for me. Oh. I don't have money. Now, there's something you should know. You must learn to give value. Many young men are so attached to money. As I am like this, up to now, I still do free jobs. Oh. Yes. Why? Remember I said it's my passion. I love taking pictures. Now, everybody here has an Android phone, and social media is the talk of the town. Everybody wants to do social media. But there's a way, as a business person, you can take a picture with your phone and people will love it. People want to see what you are offering. There's a way you're going to type that thing, this caption, and it goes viral. So these are the points I want you to know, that media is a very strong hold. I went into Glo as a freelancer, and that's the story. So first things first, opportunity that is not tied to a goal is a wasted opportunity. If it is to be, it has to be up to you. So put up my slide, please. In life, it has to be, I create my reality. In life, it has to be, now look at it. Prep for success. An opportunity not tied to a goal is a wasted opportunity. So you have to always be ready so that when opportunity comes knocking, it won't take you by surprise. When opportunity comes to your doorstep, it won't be wasted. We used to sing a song then, an opportunity once lost can never be regained. Do your best, and something like that. You have to be prepared for it. There's something I want you to note, is principles needed for the road to success. I want my next slide, please. So what is reality? Remember I said in life, you have to create your own reality. What's reality? Reality can be said to be what happens around us or what we can feel. So imagine, let me not lie to you. So many people, imagination don't wound them. Oh. They are not living in reality. They are living in imagination. I wish that I get 10 million naira now. Madam, wake up. That's not reality. What's reality? Reality is you have to be prepared. What are you doing now? I was in a conference and the title of the title of one of the speaker was "This Tool in My Hand." That thing you're doing, what are you using it for? Nothing. You're just there. You're imagining nonsense. You're just there telling yourself, imagine say I go pick 1,000 naira now for grant. You have to wake up to reality. Reality can be said to be what happens around you. I woke up to reality at a very tender age. That reality of, my dad is not doing well. What am I doing? Do I want to follow the same path? I don't want to follow the same path. I want to be better. Should I shock you? Last year, my dad woke me up one day and said, "Hey, come, let us talk." Around 6 a.m., he told me, "Do you know you are earning more than me now?" As he said that, I just smiled. I said, "Daddy, why will I be earning more than you?" And all those stuff. And he's like, There was an incident that happened, and within 2 weeks, I was able to replace what happened, the object that was lost. And what I used to replace it was ×3 higher than what I was using. And it was like, and I was still doing the normal things I'm doing in the house. I was not shaking. So he had to wake me up and say, "Oh boy, come. Your uncle said I should ask you, are you doing Yahoo?" I told him no. Like, "Do you know you're earning more than me?" I said, "How, sir?" He said, he started laying his foundation. Should I shock you? My papa collects business ideas from me now. So at a very tender age, you need to tell yourself the truth. Where am I now? Where am I going to? That's reality. If you don't have where you're going to, you are living in imagination. So you have to wake up to reality. The reality that $1 is going to 2,000 naira. That's reality. Until you start seeing these things this way, you cannot go anywhere. Be it in the health sector, be it in the tech sector. In the tech sector, what is the latest technology that is being invented? The other day, some Nigerians were sent to Dubai. I read a lot. They were sent to Dubai with a blender. Now, when they got there, they got to Dubai and they saw what Sony was doing with Honda. Sony was doing a car with Honda that you can control the car with your your gamepad. The guy said he had to hide the blender. He saw transparent TV. These people are advancing in technology. So he had to wake up to reality and said, "What am I doing? This blender, they've done it and it is gone. So you have to wake up to reality. The reality that, where will my next meal come from? That's reality. Reality shouldn't be, I say as Moses Bliss proposed to his wife, I wish one woman can be like this. That's imagination. He worked on his reality. That's why it happened that way. So we have to wake up to reality. Next slide, please. So principles needed for you to wake up to your reality. Number one, you have to have clarity. You need to be clear. There should be a clear goal. Now, you see, everything you need in life is always somewhere else. That's why growth is not in the known. It is in the unknown. Most of you, sometimes I wonder, some people, one of the reasons my boss loves me, should I tell you why he loves me? He can chat me around 1 a.m. He's sure that I'm awake. I'm not telling you, if you don't have the strength for nightlife, don't do it though. But for somebody who wants to grow, I'm this kind of person, I don't study under noisy environment. So during the day, you will not find me studying. I can study when it is very, very late. During lockdown, I was able to amass a certificate that was higher than my HND. Why? I was surfing the internet and I was not looking for something that was not lost. I was looking for, how am I going to add value to my life? How am I going to upgrade? Everybody uses phone. Yes, sometimes your system will tell you upgrade. If you don't upgrade, there will be a malware dysfunction. And once that malware starts happening, your phone that is supposed to be performing at the maximum level will start misbehaving. So at every point in life, you have to be ready to upgrade yourself. Now, I'm not talking this as a media person. As a media person, you should be ready to upgrade whatever you're using. Last year we were using a particular set of camera. So while we went to Glow Office, when they signed 3 top artists, the company now launched, there's a camera called Sony Alpha. Now, before they brought this camera, I've already started studying about the camera. Yes, I've already started studying about the camera. As I am like this now, there's no camera you bring to me that I cannot operate. Why? Immediately there's an invention, I get a notification mail, and I start making my research about the camera. Same thing goes to your field. Immediately you notice, okay, this is what is trending. As a fashion designer, okay, this is what is trending. How do I cut my cloth like this? How do I do it like this? And you go into studying. Any man who fails to study can fail in life. It's very, very, it's something you should know. If you stop studying, you stop growing. So that thing you are looking, that success you are looking for, it is not in your house. Stand up from your house and go outside. Now, I'm not saying you should go outside and go and look for a woman or go outside and go and look for a man. Go outside and look for opportunities. Don't be comfortable. In fact, don't be couch. There are some people who are couches in their houses. Don't be couch. Go outside. Surf the internet. Don't waste your internet on TikTok, on Facebook. Somebody the other day was telling me, guy, you know they chat for WhatsApp. I say, I'm always online. Send your message. I'm always online. Send your message. But will I waste my whole day? Okay, I do something for morning, afternoon, night. I dedicate just 2 hours for social media. That is 2 hours in the morning. I reply messages. I go through my mail. I do this. I do that. Immediately that 2 hours elapse, I'm done. I've gone to my books, start reading my PDFs, go to Google, make my research, and from there, I'm growing. In fact, it was from Google I started seeing some courses that are free. There are some courses you see online. Somebody will tell you, pay 2,000 for masterclass. It is free somewhere. But because you are only tied down to TikTok and WhatsApp, somebody will sell rubbish for you. And at the end of the day, you don't get value for the money you spent. Whereas me that went to Google, me that went to make inquiries, I'm getting value for not even paying a dime. How did I know about Terra photography classes? I was on LinkedIn and Jobberman posted Terra. And I saw the list of courses they have and I noticed, okay, I love this one. Let me go for it. My mind was, may these people not go charge me something way past me. And before you know it, I delved into it, I finished it, and they sent my certificate. I didn't pay a dime. But that thing I studied, if I am to teach it to you, you are paying me nothing less than 150,000 naira. I got the knowledge for free. But you need to be worth my time. So you have to pay for it. That's why I said, what you're looking for is somewhere else. Now, you have to have clarity. You have to have confidence. There are so many people who don't have confidence. As I'm here, nobody, see, I'm very tall spiritually. I'm very tall spiritually. So you can't intimidate me. Whether with your car, whether with anything, you can't. Because I'm so confident in. There was a day my boss told me to go and negotiate in Glow office. Imagine sitting down with the likes of Mike Adenuga and you're telling him, no, sir, we are not collecting this amount, sir. Respectfully. And the man was like, now you next door send. What audacity? Even your gas. No, I said, sir, my boss said that this is the negotiation. This is the bandwidth. We are not going beyond this point. The man was like, Then I turned to Mr. Yemi. He said, Mr. Yemi, what did he say? No, normally if it comes to location, they know they near him. If he tell you do like this, if you don't do, I go off in camera, go sit down. You know if you do anything. You shouldn't be intimidated in your place of business. Because now there they chop. Imagine when somebody tell you tell somebody, okay, I'm selling this shoe for 50,000 naira. And the person, you know, agree 5,000 naira. And you are not confident enough to tell me the reason why I have to buy that shoe 50,000 naira. Some people are so wicked. They know that the shoe is 50,000 naira, but they are testing your confidence. I went to Crave Peak Academy, and my boss, the first thing he did was, after teaching us video editing, and he said, okay, now I'm going to teach you the business of video editing. Michael, sell me this pen. He stood. My boss, the guy is a very young guy. He stood and said, sell me this pen. I wasn't the only person. He gave other people, sell me this lens. And I said, guy, you know, give me lens. You give me pen. He said, no, if I give you lens, I know say it's ability you want to do. Sell me this pen. Do you know what I did? I told him, sir, imagine you are in a conference and your pen stop writing. What will you do? You are not in a place where you can sell pen. And I say, I'll borrow pen. Me, I want to borrow you pen, but you have to pay for it. Like, how will you borrow me pen and I'll pay for it? Say, I'm borrowing you the pen, but I won't give you the ink. If you want to write, you have to pay for the ink. And that was it. It was like, okay, this is another strategy. So you have to be confident enough to sell your market. There are some people who sell on WhatsApp. There's a particular brand, Kia shoes, Kia markets. They sell shoes. If you see what this woman does, normal Nike will see in Idumota. Idumota is a place in Lagos. In Idumota for 10,000, 15,000. This woman is putting it for a hiking price of 50,000 and you cannot negotiate it. And she sells. She will give you reasons why you have to buy it. Then another thing you need to have is capability. You have to have capability. What's your capacity? Is your capacity the capacity of selling for 10,000 naira? Is your capacity the capacity of selling for 5,000 naira? Know your capacity. Know what you can carry. Don't carry what is heavier than you. I started photography. I first of all delved into videography. Then over the years, when I noticed, okay, I have the capacity to weigh a video camera, let me delve into photography. And I delved into photography. And it was an easy transition. It was very, very easy to transit because I've been able to build confidence. I've been able to build that capacity before I transit. Note, if you're never good for business, if you are not good at a particular business, please don't transit unless you have to change the business. Because people need to know what you're doing. Imagine I come to you and they tell you, this boy, this year he was doing video. Next year we saw him selling shoe. The other day. There's no consistency, right? But you hear somebody saying that this person has over 15 years of experience in videography. Wouldn't you want to do business with that person? Because you know that this person has tested the waters and is confident enough to stand. So as a business person, you need to be consistent. Please, next slide. Now, there's something I wrote here. It says, destination makes the invisible visible. Stop listening to response. If you have a destination you're going to, you might not really see. The Grace Book said, God told Moses, leave your father's house unto a land I will show you. Already, Moses already had that, okay, there's a destination. It's not clear, but there's a destination. Most people here, they don't know where they are going to. I'm sorry to say this. Most people don't know where they are going to. They don't know if it is to land on sales or they should do Oswaya. You see, most of the most confused human beings in life, I'm not saying they are too confused, but they sell everything. And it's not supposed to be. You cannot sell everything because you will not make profits. Today you are selling shoe, you are doing this. There's always an invisible line that is drawn. But if you have a destination, that invisible line will be seen and you'll be following the pathways. That's something you should know. Now, I have something here. What is paradigm? How many people know what paradigm is? What's paradigm? Paradigm is a law. Paradigm is a law that governs an organization. Now, paradigm shift means changing from one law to another. In business, you should be ready to change. My father told me a story that many years ago, when people were buying cars, they buy from Germany. Before you know it, people stopped buying from Germany. They went to, I think, Japan. From Japan, now we have China. Now, those men who were not able to understand the tides of change, that's the paradigm shift, they lost their business because they felt, imagine me, I'm importing from Germany. How can I go and start importing cheap cars from China? I'll give you another example. How many of you remember Chinko, China phone? Yes. There was a paradigm shift. There was a time. Now, imagine those people who were selling Chinko those days and they didn't follow the trend of the way technology was moving. Most of them are out of business now because if I want to buy a phone, I'm not looking at buying a phone that is so noisy. If it rings here, the whole world will know that my phone is ringing. So you should always understand that there is a time to transit. In that line of business, I gave an instance. I said, when we were in Glow, they wanted to unveil a brand. Sony came and dropped some cameras. But because I already understood the dynamics of how this camera works, it didn't give me issues. In fact, one of the Sony guys was like, can you operate this camera? And I looked at him and said, is it not Alpha 9? What is in Alpha 9? But between two of us, I have not seen that camera before. I only read it online. But it was easy for me to shift because I've already prepared myself. And my boss didn't even tell me that they were bringing new sets of cameras. He just told me, come to Glow Towers. We have a job. And I went there. And now imagine I was not prepared to operate that camera. What would I have done? So paradigm shift means not that you are moving away from the business, but you're understanding the trend that is being followed. These are the things you should know, that you should always be ready for paradigm shift. Now, paradigm shift, it is common. Paradigm shift is common in organizations. You just say, we are upscaling to this, we are changing to that. Paradigm shift is common. Paradigm shift is useful. That's why you see organizations send their employees into training schools and bring them back. It's very, very important. Paradigm shift helps people to grow in business. Remember, paradigm shift is not telling you leave your business, but if you need to leave your business, it has to be because you know inside you that you're not making anything out of that particular business. But paradigm shift also deals with, in that circle of business, how am I upgrading? How am I upscaling? Because a cameraman can come and tell you, I'll do this business for 10,000 naira. Well, the former justice of Lagos I work for, she used to tell me one thing. When I started with her, I started with 20,000 naira. Man, let me just do this thing for 20,000. I just wanted to, I'm working with Justice of Lagos State and all those stuff. But as time went on, she now called me, Michael, how much will you do this thing? I said, man, we are going to do this, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. Your money is 150,000 naira, man. Michael, when did you start collecting 150,000 naira? But at the end of the day, there was a day I told her, oh, man, I'm writing exams. I won't come. The people they got, this woman complained from morning to night. Now, why is she not complaining with me? Because at every given point, I am upgrading myself. You need to learn how to upgrade yourself. You need to learn. It's a personal something. That's why I'm teaching out of my own experience. Every month, I exhaust 2 books. And not just small books. I exhaust 2 books. When it comes to media, I exhaust 2 books. Every month, I make sure I'm exhausting 2 books. Because there are writers who write journals about media. I think in 2010, a writer wrote about the social media, how the social media is going to take over the world. I started reading at 2010. That's why I'm not shocked when social media took over. That's why I'm not shocked. So you have to always be at the edge of knowing things so that you can upgrade. You have to change, because that business you are doing, somebody can come and do it better and you are out of. You see, immediately your customer has an option. You are out of that business. So you need to learn how to, I always use tailor for example. This cloth, who swam now? If I know, me swam now. Okay, no problem. But you knew the stress you had to go through. You know how many threads you had to lose and resew and rejoin because you wanted to get a perfect fittings for your tailor. Are we getting? Upgrade yourself. Then you have to take responsibility of yourself. You need to be responsible. You need to be responsible. Now, I want you to go to Wheels of Success, please. Next slide, Wheels of Success. I wish I have a board. Can I get a board, please? I want to illustrate something now. Wheels of Success. Now, before I have 10 minutes, who is a successful person? Before I dive into 8 Wheels of Success, who is a successful person? Somebody will say somebody that have all the money in the whole wide world. Wheels of Success. Okay, now, everybody listen. Success have 8 segments. Number 1 is legacy. Anybody who is successful has to leave a legacy for their family. There should be a legacy. Imagine Jesus was not successful. Would you have heard about Jesus Christ? That's a legacy. Over 2,000 years, the man is still trending. That's legacy. Number 2 thing is spirituality. A successful man, see, there was something a great man told me. He said, everything is spiritual. Whether not juju power or being Jesus power, you have to be spiritual. So to be successful, you have to be spiritual. In whatever way you want to be successful, but you have to be spiritual. Most people don't know this. They feel it's just by getting money. Imagine you get money and you go back to your village and one uncle just fire you 1 arrow. That's the end. So you have to solidify your spirituality. Number 3 is career. Are you successful career-wise? Or you are still jumping from one career to another? Are you jumping from one career to another? Another thing is wealth. See, there's a clear line between being rich and being wealthy. Most people mistake these 2 things. There's a clear line between being rich and being wealthy. Now, let me use this illustration. You have 10 million naira, you are rich. Being wealthy is calculating. Imagine you are spending 1 million naira every month. That means your 10 million will finish in the next 10 months. That's wealth. Did I make the illustration right? You are rich, 10 million naira. Now, how long can that 10 million naira sustain you over the years? That's wealth. So you have to be successful wealth-wise. Please, that wheel of success, please. Now, we have family. Some people think success is only tied to them. My able colleague said it, that he learned business from his father. That's family. When you're successful is when you can boldly say, okay, this child I've been able to inculcate an habit. My father in the Lord said he used to take his son to a place where he does his business so that his boy will know where the money is coming from. Family. Another thing is relationship. Who are the people you relate with? To know your net worth, you have to look at your friends. Who are the people you do business with? I told somebody one day, I said, I can't be friends with somebody that we don't talk business. I've closed down so many relationships. Do you know why? Whenever I'm talking to you and you are only talking about woman, I know you are not serious. I'll leave you. It's not pride. It's because we are not aligning. There should be an aligning. There should be an alignment. Now, another thing you should know. Will of success, please. I'm almost done. Health. For you to be successful, you have to be healthy. Imagine making all the millions and it ends up in the hospital. No, now. Now, the last point is adventure. Make time for vacation. Somebody like me, sometimes I can go off 1 week. Nobody will see me. The vacation must not be expensive. Your vacation might be you just stay in, you stock your house. Somebody like me, I stock my house with enough chop. And I stay inside the house and I'm consuming what I'm eating. And my mind, because by the time you go for adventure, you have a fresh start to conquer the next thing. Now, I have something to say. Life is the summation of the choices you make. I love using summation. I like maths. Summation is life equals to the choices you make. So what choices are you making about these 8 segments? What choices are you making about this? Because many people, they don't have this. So I wrote here, there's a tip. Look for a way to balance the right segment. The ultimate object of life is freedom. And it has to bring you joy. So if any of this thing is not giving you joy, please go back and check yourself. Go back and check yourself. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. In the next 5 minutes. So I wanted to do something real quick, but there's no time. So what I want us to do is, I want you to write this down. There's personal mission statement. And that personal mission statement, we have the adverb, we have the how, and we have the now. Like, that's why I wish I had a board. Your adverb, your verb, and your noun. All of us did English in school, but we have adverb, we have the verb, and we have the noun. Now, in that place where you put your adverb, write values, talent, gifts, passion. Now, in your verb, just put there, how. In your verb, just put how. Then in your noun, just put world, family, community, and workplace. Now, this is the formula. My value, how does it make my family feel? These are the questions every day you should ask yourself. That's why I said you should have to put it adverb, your verb. The verb there is how. How is it affecting my workplace? How is my passion affecting my family? How is it affecting the community? How is my talent, how is my gifts affecting the society? So once you're able to differentiate these things, I think it will be easier for you to achieve goals. Because the best thing I did to myself many years ago, immediately I finished secondary school, this person will say here, I have never been a perfect human being. I love telling my stories. If I enter your house, something must miss. That's how I grew up. But one day I sat down myself. This thing I wrote here, I wrote them many years ago. I sat down with a mirror, my mother's mirror. You know, women love mirror. I sat down and I said, how is my stealing helping this life? How am I contributing to the society? Then by the time I did this scale, and I noticed that there is no value I'm bringing to the table. So I have to stop. I have to pause. Now, there's a journey in life. But that journey is not telling you that the road must be straight. At some point, you need to turn back, retrace your step. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Um, in fact, with the last session, I was almost shouting hallelujah, amen in between. I almost forgot that this is not church service because, mm, yeah, I know that your books, I saw people were writing as if their lives depended on it. Actually, some parts of our lives are dependent on this information that we've gotten, right? Yes. But I was busy. Yes. I was seriously writing though. Yes. Okay. We want to reach out to our online viewers and say that we see you, we know you're here, and we recognize that you are here with us. So please let's put a hand of applause for our online viewers. Wherever you are, please don't forget to leave your comments, your remarks, your questions. We will always connect via our social media platforms. Thank you very much for being here and staying till now. Yes, the exercise we did just a few seconds back is just a little to what we need to do, right? And one of the things that we will learn here is the importance of health and exercise, and that's the session that we will be having um, after now. Okay, so before that health session, we will go to listen to um, our speaker who will be talking on the technology in business. And he is no other person but David Bouzier. David Bouzier is a tech consultant. He was born and raised in Nigeria. He has been in the tech industry for about 9 years now, and he has worked in multiple industries ranging from the logistics to the health sector and then to communication. His hobbies and interests include traveling, meeting people, like he's meeting us today, and then basketball. So is that's an interesting person who is going to be speaking with us just shortly. So let's make welcome Mr. David Bouzier. Welcome, sir. Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping.
How's everyone doing? It's been a long day for you and myself as well. I had a very stressful morning. I can say I came in late, and um, yeah, I had a lot of calls, and last night wasn't really great for me. But I'm happy to be here. So it took me a lot to come out here this morning, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. So as a little introduction here, I'm David. As you said, Dubai, I'm born and raised in Nigeria, and I'm in tech. I'm in tech industry. I've been there for almost a decade now. I work in the cloud, security, infrastructure as well. And today we're going to talk about tech and how it relates to business as well. So I don't know anyone here, but it'd be good to get some introductions and just let me know your names. I will be engaging with everybody here today. I'll be engaging with you, so you're going to be talking to each other. I'm not going to be speaking. You're also going to have some interaction with yourself, and I'm going to learn from you as you're going to learn from me. Okay? So anyone can go first. Just give me a bit of yourself. I want to know more about people I'm talking to. Yeah. Anyone?
Good day, everyone. I'm Mary Damilola Ogunlaja. I'm a makeup artist and a hairstylist, and I also make wigs.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Ohaka. I'm a writer and I'm also a business owner. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Faith. I'm into fashion designing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chukwemeka Chamaka. I'm a student. Yeah, and also a project manager. I forgot to add that the first time. And I run a business. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Faith. I work with Number as a senior merchant acquiring officer, and I own a business online.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning. Ifeolu Osai. I'm a chef. I on the side an actress, a plus size model. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Gift Ikune. I'm a class teacher and also a fashion designer.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ugunda Mesu. I'm a data vet.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Favor. I lead the brand and community effort at a cybersecurity company.
My name is Patrick Lemmet. I work in process control in manufacturing.
Good day, everyone. My name is Nonso Igwe. I work with JV Austin as HSC officer, and I'm also into business. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ajayi Goodness, and I help people to create and sell their digital products from what they know.
Good day, everyone. My name is Shedrack from Delight. I'm a graphic designer, a content writer, and also an actor.
Good day, everyone. My name is Foster Chimeze. I work with MultiChoice as a customer service representative area.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kelechi Model. I'm a business personnel. I sell confectionaries at Lagos Island. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Innocent Blessing into fruit business.
Good day, everyone. My name is Joy Oledika. I work as a senior finance executive. I'm a writer, storyteller, and a voiceover artist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see everyone here is from different background and professions, and we're all together in this place. So to the organizers, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. So I guess this is going to be more personal, and I'm going to be using my story, to explain and show some light into what we are and what we can do as people when you invest in yourself. Um, if you listen to the last speaker, what he was saying mostly was about you, what you can do. Everything is about you. Everything starts with you. Um, my story began, I guess, back then in 2013 when I decided to take charge of my life and say, okay, all this have to stop. I have to build myself. I have to work myself. Um, I've always been, I've always been in the, I've always had an affinity for tech. I grew up, had my family. I've always been into the computers. Growing up, I was the only one tinkering computers back then, and moving from Nigeria to a different country, that sort of changed my perspective. It kind of put a different thinking in me, because I was by myself. I had to sort of struggle, something I've never done before, growing up, and being out there, it just made me think. If I was in Nigeria, or if they've sent me out from there to leave Nigeria, what would I be doing? What would they want me to do as a person? And then it got me to think that, okay, you've got to upgrade the way you think. You've got to change things. I would wake up and maybe I just play a game, I just sleep and do something else. And then I just decided, there's something out there. And then I went to school. So I started going to school. While studying, I decided to make opportunities for myself. I started seeing the world differently. And why I started seeing the world differently, because generally it's really about what you can do. You can study for 10 years, do what you want to do, but the world today is what you can do. You have to show what you can do. And what I mean by that is you can go, for example, as for the industry is tech, for example, yeah. And when you're trying to break into something, it's, oh, I have a master's degree in this, or I have a PhD in something. But what can you build? Because 85% of the world we are all consuming. The rest of the 15% are those that are creating something, building something for the next generation, building something for the world we live in today. So back to my story. So I was studying. I was my second year or something, and I decided to just get out there and find opportunities and see how do I get somebody to take me, because I already have the knowledge. I just need someone to show me, to take me and guide me in the industry. And I decided to take an internship or a job without pay. I did that for 6 months. I didn't get paid. And what I mean I didn't get paid, it might sound funny to you, because over there you have your rent that goes every week. You have groceries, you have power bills to pay, you have some things, lots of things are just fighting you over there. So when you go to take a job without pay, it's a very big deal. So I did that for 6 months, and I had to travel, emergency. And when I got back, he didn't really respect the service that I gave. And he's like, get out of here. You're not going to be here again. You can travel for 3 weeks and go. But he wasn't paying me. And after that, I started trying to, I guess, get something else and see what I can do. And I got really depressed at that point. I felt very useless. 6 months of, work didn't accumulate to this level, didn't really push me where I wanted to be. No one would take me. No one saw anything good in me at that time. And it took another 6 months. And within those 6 months, I started working on myself. I started studying. I started building myself. I went out there and said, okay, what is this I want to be? I looked out, what do I want to do? Okay, I went to go study. I studied it. I built a lab. I had my home system, did what I have to do. And when I decided to come out, when I came out from studying, I said, okay, let me start applying for jobs again. The first job I applied, literally first thing I put out there, I got a call back right away. I got a call back. Can we see you? I said, yes. I came over for the interview. It was 3 interviews. I did the first one. They checked my technical skills, spoke to the manager, everything. And the second told, and I got the job. And that was how my journey started going. I started working and keep progressing in there. But what I want to bring up from here is this. 90% of what you do as a person, it's underneath. Okay. No one sees what you do. And it's very important. Nothing is face value. When you go out there and you see somebody walking or you see somebody doing something, it's not face value. They have put in considerable amount of effort to do what they do. Okay, so when you see an art, when you see something, you gotta appreciate it and know that you can't just come out from one day and say, I want to start importing or I want to start doing something. It doesn't work that way. You have to put in the work. Nothing comes easy. So, let's try to understand this tech industry. So when we talk of tech industry, there is a very big disconnect between the real world. Because, man, who had a computer here growing up? Who had a computer? Yeah. What was the first computer you used? Who knows Windows 95? Did anybody 95? No? 98? XP? Okay, great. When you talk of the tech world, a lot of people, this looks very, mysterious to people. Just like, oh, what are you doing over there? You're writing a bunch of code. Like, what you? No, I'm here to demystify everything for you. Okay, so when you start out as a person, you look into someone that's doing something which you want to do. In the tech, for example, which we're talking about. What does that strike to you? What do you think when you look at a person? Oh, I want to do what the person is doing. But currently, at this moment, the barrier of entry is low. When I mean barrier of entry is low, is that you can, as a person, choose to pick up something, a course. There's so many fields in IT. You've got security, you've got um, software, you've got business analysts, you've got so many fields in IT which you can pick up and say, I want to start doing. Because the barrier of entry is very low. That means you can pick up something and start studying right now and get into the industry. When I say the entry of barrier is low, is that most times when you want to study banking and finance, you need to actually study for 4 years. Get into industry, study for 4 years. Have to learn the lingua franca. Learn so many things. There's so many rules around it. But in tech, there are no rules. There's just problems, okay, and solutions. Okay, there's a problem, there's a solution. So think about you. Look around you. What is the problem around me today? What do I face as an issue? People look at startups, and there's so many startups. Look at startup, and what is that? OPay or those people. They just saw something and be like, oh, he did that, and it looks so simple. He just created a payment system. We can pay. It sounds very simple, but what he has done as a person is to understand the environment he is in, okay? Africa, Nigeria, understand the environment and see the blockheads in there. Banks are monoliths. So they are very hard, or they have the traditional way of thinking, how they operate, how they do things. So what he has done is to see what the banks are currently doing, okay, and change the system. Okay, why don't we make it easier for people to do this? Why don't we make it easier for someone to do this? Okay, what is that you're trying to do? Why don't we break that barrier and say, okay, yep, this is how you can go, and then you go in there. So most startups are just problems that we've seen among ourselves and decide to, solve, or decide to solve. Okay, can we get the slides? Understanding the tech industry. Okay, well, let's just keep going. So, I guess everyone here, I don't know why you came here, but does anyone here want to get into tech? Is that something everyone want to do? Okay. what is your blockers at this moment? We want to get in tech, but what is your current blockers from getting tech? What do you think is preventing you from getting tech? Anyone else have any problems from getting tech? Oh, what?
I don't have a personal laptop.
Great. Anyone else have issues from getting tech here? Laptop. Okay. Is it your laptop or that's just it or something else? Eh?
There's also the knowledge barrier.
This someone said personal, like a mental. Eh? Yeah. Okay. So everyone says computer. All right. I want to engage with you. I want to speak to you. I want to have a discussion with everyone. It's
So I said knowledge.
knowledge. Okay, great. Yeah. Interesting.
Assessing knowledge, that's one.
Yeah.
The second thing is finding a balance, because it's not just I feel learning process is not just about getting the knowledge. Sometimes you want to break into a space, but you have something doing. Finding that balance,
The
because
transition.
it's yeah, that's
Yeah.
word. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
you're making it smoother. Trying to make a smooth transition into tech.
Smooth transition.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a very big thing, making a transition when you're in a place. What do you say?
Um, Personally, I would like to go into tech, but I just feel like it's so broad and you don't know where to start from, what exactly to learn. So it's just there's social media, there's this, there's that, and it's just everywhere. So there's no real direction on how to start.
Okay. So like a mental. So why do you want to get into tech? To pay the bills? Yeah. Avi? Yes, now. Yeah, it does. True. Okay. I mean, you've answered all. It's true. Um, when you want to get it, when you sit down and say, okay, this is what I want to do, or um, how I want to, you know, get into tech, as she said, she said some problems, personal computer, transition, knowledge, mental, more people, computers as well. Okay. Everyone has a phone, right? Yeah. And it's got internet on your phone. Yeah? Okay. Your phone is very powerful. Okay. And that is your passport to the world. Your phone, your handset. Okay. Aside from chatting and social media, how many people go on their phone to read or I guess, yeah, read what they want to do and go. Okay. Okay. Most people do. Yeah. Okay. But then it's like you don't know what you're going to go read, right? Because you don't know what you're looking for. Okay. The way I'll say the first step you want to do is, have a reality check with yourself. Okay. Reality check, you say you don't have a personal computer. I mean, in context of Nigeria, there's cyber cafes you can go to. Okay. Um, I went to cyber cafe myself. Okay. I went to cyber cafes a lot. Okay, because I was okay. I don't know the current state now because many years ago I was always in cyber cafes. Okay. Yeah. They're absolutely okay. All right. So you need a computer. Okay, great. Um, You've got friends that go on computer. Eh? What I'm trying to get out of this is this. Okay, you've got your phone with you. You don't need a computer. Okay, you've got your phone with you. You don't need a computer. I'm learning a new language on my phone recently. Okay, there's an app which I downloaded. It's called Mimo. I'm learning a new language on there. Language as mean software like Go. But what I'm trying to say is this. Okay, you have to have a reality check with yourself. You know, be honest with yourself. Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to get into tech. What do I want to do? Is there somebody that is doing something which I want to do, which I can model off? You know, who can I look into? Who? You know, who is out there that is doing something? You've got the big shot like Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, all those guys. But who hits home hard to you that says, okay, this person is doing tech or doing something. It doesn't have to be tech or tech. What field is it in? You know, what is it doing? Everyone talks about a story, you know, wherever they are, talk about a story, what they do and how they got into something, you know. So you have to look at people's story. Someone said something, right? Business is not something that's new. Okay. If you go to the market today, you can see someone selling food, another person selling food beside the person. Even someone selling clothes, another clothes seller beside the person. Why is that so? It's because everybody has a model. Everybody has a practice which they do, which they use for their business. So you can do the same thing, but do it in a different way. That's what it's about. That's what business is about. So if I want to sell clothes, I'm not the first person. Everybody has been selling clothes. If I want to do shoes or something, everybody's been doing that same thing. But my approach to it, you know, how do I do this thing in a different way? It's what will make me successful or different from that. Or what is this person doing? You know, is the person having a proper process? Is there some backlogs? Does it take 5 days for this person to deliver clothes to the next person? You know, how is the communication with this person and their client? Do they have a good customer service? So if I'm gonna go into clothes, for example, as my partner is doing that, I'm gonna say, okay, why don't I improve my communication with my client and see how that will get me? Or why do I not just have, instead of 5 days, why can't I make it 3 days? What do I have to do to make it 3 days from 5 days? You know, when you think like that, when you see that, and you can use this thinking to approach different area of whatever you want to do, you will definitely get into it. So, about tech, how you get into tech? I said you get your phone. You can get your phone and read, but what are you reading? You know, when you go on your phone, what do you search for? You know, what are you putting out there? You can't put how to go into tech, right? You have to start from the foundation, okay? The basic. There's so many people that can go into something and they have 3 years down their career, they're gonna stop somewhere because you know they don't have the foundation, they don't have the basics of what they want to study. As with every technology here, there has to be a foundation where you're going to start from. Okay? And what that means is understanding the basic of what is that. So, for example, if you want to go into software, you must know algorithms. You must understand what language are out there to learn. You must know what a software engineer is going to do as a profession. You must know those are the basics. So you have to know the end goal of what you want to do before you start what you want to do. And that is something everyone has to put that, no matter what you're trying to do. When you know the end goal of what you're about to do, okay, it gives you that confidence. It gives you that push, okay, that you know what you're about to get to. So, for example, you know, it's people say, "Oh, I'm not motivated to do this. I'm not motivated to do that." Motivation can only take you far. If you wake up one morning and maybe there's no power, or you know, water is not rushing, you feel demotivated because something is not working the way it has to go. But what will actually keep you is your consistency. How consistent are you to learn what you want to learn? Okay. How consistent would you be? Consistency keep you going. When motivation fails, consistency will keep you going. I heard something about the 1%. There's the 1% rule. So the 1% rule is this: every day you learn something new. Every day you keep building. You keep building. By the end of the year, you've improved 37%. And if you want to know what 37% is, if you have $100 today and you keep adding 1% to that, you're going to get 3,778. That is the 1%. That's 37% of what you keep building. So that 1% rule is consistency that you need to go. So consistency will keep you far. Motivation will make you start, but consistency will keep you going. Okay. So he mentioned something about transition period when you're going to something. We all have something we are juggling with. No one has, um just easy, unless you're a billionaire son or something. And having the freedom to fail is something most people don't have the luxury to do. Freedom to fail as a person is being able to try something, fail and try something else. We don't have that luxury. He said he has to do something, he has to be working and then study to transition into that. Because if he doesn't do that, he's not going to get the funds to go to the next thing he wants to get into. So that's something we don't have, the freedom to fail. So how do you ensure that when you're transitioning into something, you're able to secure yourself in the next run? Anybody? So how do you ensure that when you are transitioning, if you're doing maybe marketing and you want to go into tech, how do you make sure that you do not break down somewhere, you don't get into tech and you fail in marketing? How do you ensure you do that? Does anyone have any idea? Great. Okay. When you're in marketing, for example, and you want to get into tech industry, you focus on your marketing. Okay. You hold on to what you have in your hand. Okay. And burn your night candles. Okay. So when you don't take out your time out from what you're doing currently in marketing because you want to get in tech, that is giving you your daily bread. So you focus on that properly. So when you focus on your marketing, okay, and you use your extra hours, so the time for you to maybe go and hang out with your friends or do something else, use that for your tech. Okay, such way you're grounded, because everywhere in tech, the skills you learn are transitional. Okay, meaning whatever skills you have in marketing, you're going to need that in tech too. Whatever skills you have in whatever industry you are, you're going to use that in tech as well. Okay, so make sure that you know that tech is just technology, but underneath it is human skills. Communication is a very big part of what you do in tech industry. Being able to communicate to people, because when you're in a job or something, your skills are not really important anymore. It's communication. How will you communicate to people? You've got stakeholders you've got to manage. You've got people you've got to build product for. You've got several people which that are looking onto you to do the work which you're supposed to do. So how do you get out and do those work properly? It's communication. Okay. Being able to communicate clearly, okay, concisely and on time is very important. So communication is not just about speaking, but it's also about saying, it's also about saying what you're saying at the right time. When you're at a work or something and you have something to deliver, let's say at noon, and maybe the CEO came in and said, "Oh, that is script out. You have to do something else." How do you? And then because the CEO said you have to do something else, you just push that aside and just go do something else and leave what? No. you need to communicate back to the stakeholders. Okay, that at the moment, this is on pause, and then we are doing this now, but we will get back to you eventually. You know why you have to do that? Because if something goes wrong and the client are not happy with that work which you paused and they have no communication about it, the CEO will hear about it. He will hear about it, and then you're going to be called to that. So communication is key. Okay, I can't stress that enough. Communication is big key. Okay, so when you're moving from one industry to the next industry, stay on that. Okay, you need to stay on that. Don't jump into tech because you want to jump into tech. Stay on that, because if everything else fails, the work of your hand will still remain. So stay on that. I'm going to do a little quiz. We're going to talk about the evolution of tech industry and how we came to this day. Before 2000s and 2000s, 1988, you know, when did Amazon come up? Maybe 1998, 1994. He started as a bookstore. You know, there was no really internet back in the days. But he built something for the internet. I mean, there was internet, but there was no commercialization of it. But he built something for that. Google came out in, I think, 2004 or so. Facebook came out in 2004, right? So these are the companies that were built before we got commercialized. So because of this company, we had this sprout to get out into the tech, to get out into like the internet and World Wide Web and that stuff. Why am I saying this? Because what you're going to build today, there will not be a platform from it. People will use what you build to create that platform for that. Currently, we see today, who knows what the next thing is? You know, we've got AI, we've got, you know, augmented reality, we've got quantum mechanics and all those stuff that's going on today. There is no platform for that. We've got cryptocurrency. There's no platform for that. Everyone said it's dead and all those things. Yeah. But we have Web 3.0 coming up. No one knows what that is going to be. But currently today, everyone is building the tech for tomorrow. There's no platform from that. There is nothing you can use at this stage for all these technologies. But currently, they are building the platform for this. So what I'm trying to say is this: when you're trying to secure the future, don't look at, oh, there's nothing for me out there. You know, there's no platform. There is no for me to use what I'm doing to get out there. Just build it. Just go out there. The platform will come. Okay, so let's look at the history of tech. The first Apple computer was built in a garage. True or false? Everyone got that one? Okay. Facebook is the first social media platform. True or false? Before Facebook? To go. Who knows who used MySpace? Friendstars? Yeah. Okay. Bitcoin is the first application of blockchain technology. True or false? That's true. It was introduced in 2009, and that was the first where we saw the blockchain going out, being out there. Before we had all these cryptocurrency coins, you know, Ethereum and everything. Bitcoin was the first one to come out there. Google was originally called Backrub. True or false? It was called Backrub in 1996. And then Larry Page, the CEO, then changed it to Google. The internet and the World Wide Web are the same thing. True or false? Internet and the World Wide Web are the same thing. True or false? False. Is it? The internet is a collection of computers, okay, together, and the World Wide Web is the collection of things on those computers which we access as well. So the information what you search on, that's the World Wide Web, and the internet is different. Email was invented before the World Wide Web. Email, the email was developed in 1970, and Tim Berners-Lee, the father of internet, the World Wide Web, who knows Tim Berners? He came out, that was in 1980. Yeah, 89, yeah. Java is an operating system, true or false? What is Java? Okay. Okay. The first computer mouse was made of wood. That's good. Okay. The first computer was invented by Douglas Engelbart in 1964, and it was indeed made of wood. Wi-Fi stands for wireless fidelity. True or false? True. I have to check this. Are you sure this is true? Nah. Wi-Fi is just a name. It doesn't stand for anything. It's just a name. It doesn't stand for anything. The first YouTube video was uploaded in 2005. True or false? That was true. It was uploaded in 2005. It was called Meet Me at the Zoo by some, I think, a Russian guy or something. Okay, anyways, that's it on my quiz. I want to talk about your resume and getting a job in tech, and yeah, getting a job. So I have some template which I will share with the organizers. He's gonna share with you on how to write your resume and to make sure it's good. Because currently, I'll tell you something, yeah. No one looks at resume anymore. It's called ATS. ATS is a system which reads your resume. It's all programmed. ATS it's a software which is being built. It's called, I think, automated tracking system or so. It scans your resume so we don't have to do it. And what that means is someone programmed that system, yeah, to do that. It works well. Someone programmed that system to do that. So how the system works, you need to know. Okay? So when you're building your resume or writing your resume, you have to structure it in a way that the system can read it. So imagine being this very smart person. In fact, seeing the job, you're like, nah, this is for me. I can do this stuff. And you have that confidence you can do, only to be met by an AI said, nope, not you, because they couldn't read your resume. That's fact. So you need to be able to format your resume detailed. So when you say format your resume, no photos. I used to put my picture on my resume before. Okay. Did anyone do that? Yeah. Because it looked good, right? You have this very nice photo of you. And actually, this photo I had was a professional photo taken of me. I was at the beach. I'm like, no, come on, if there's this picture, they have to take me, leave the skills. But I had my picture on my resume, and that didn't get me anywhere. Nowhere. Because even if someone managed to say it, they're like, what's this guy doing? the computer rejected everything. It scans that and then pushes it away. But you don't need your pictures on resume. You don't need fancy words on resume. You don't need your fancy words on resume. No. When you're building your resume, you start with your name, your phone number. That is debatable. If you want to get a job outside of the country, maybe not your phone number, maybe your email is fine. Yeah. But I will encourage everyone to get Skype. No one uses Skype anymore, but get Skype. You can buy a number, okay, like a US number or any country number you want to use for a year, just by subscription. Why I said that is because most recruiters, they want to speak to you, they want to call you, they want to hear you speak. And having a US number or Australian, any country you're trying to get a job for, makes you look more credible to them. So go to Skype, buy a number, put it on your resume, and that's your number. You can secure that number for a year or whatever time you want to do. So your name, your phone number, if you're going outside, if you're not going outside, and then your email, and then your professional statement. So who are you as a person? When you're trying to introduce yourself, don't be shy. It's not the time to be shy. Okay, you have to speak about yourself. When you're speaking about yourself, do it in a way you're gonna even surprise yourself. Okay, because imagine no one sees your faces, no one knows what you can do. They judge you based on what you've written, your resume. You gotta write up something, You gotta look up people's resumes and put something. Chinwe Root, I have a decade experience in this. This is what I'm trying to do. Or if you have no experience at all, I'm Chinwe Root. I have built this and this and this. I'm an avid learner of, tech or software or business, intelligence, data science, whatever it is you're doing. I'm an avid learner of that stuff. This is my recent project. I try to make companies, or I make companies secure, or I help companies access their security, whatever it is. You have to embellish yourself. You can say a little lie. It's not new. Okay, put it out there. When I'm not little lie. Embellish yourself. Not little lie, but embellish yourself. You just have, how do I say this? You gotta talk up yourself, okay? Like a hype man. You see this hype man, yeah. You gotta talk up yourself, okay, when you go to that, because they judge you based on that paper. If you can do something, you gotta speak like you can do it. And then for the title, don't put a title of what you're currently doing. Put the title of what you want your next job to be. So if you're an engineer and you want to be an architect, you need to write solutions architect, okay, or security architect. Don't put your current role on there. You're downplaying yourself. If I'm a company, I'm not going out there to look for an architect and I see someone putting on an engineer resume. Sorry, no. When people have an architect, I will start from them first. Why I said this is because competition is very stiff. Remember what I said earlier about the low barrier of entry? Everybody's studying. Everybody's getting tech. I met a friend in Portugal and I was talking to him. We met randomly and then became friends. And I was talking to him. He said he is from Nigeria. He said he studied civil engineering. But this guy has 2 jobs, one in the UK and I think one in France. And he works at home pretty much. He lounges at home. But he told me he studied civil engineering. And then he picked it up. Maybe like 5 years ago, he just picked it up and started reading. He learned to do this language. He learned to do this language. He did personal project by himself. And this is something in tech. Okay, you have to do project. You have to do project. Look out something and try to do a project, because If you don't have any experience and you have done a project, that project becomes part of your resume you're going to use to get forward. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because if I'm a logistic company, okay, and I build softwares for companies to help them track their shipments and all of that stuff, okay, and you tell me, and I need someone that's good in Python and Java, okay, what am I looking for? And I don't need, okay, let's say I need an entry level, okay, many people to help out with the big engineers that are working on it. And I see someone that's have all this beautiful language, he can do all this stuff, okay. But then I see somebody that's actually done something, that has built something. If you're the employer, you're gonna pick someone who has actually done something, right? Because you've seen a project from the person. That's very important. So you have to do something, do a project. Okay, school, it's not important. They don't ask for your education anymore. Okay, it's important. Go to school, get your degree, yes. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not important. Everybody has a degree, right? I don't, but everybody has a degree. So it's not important. It's what you can do with your hands. If I need someone for this job, remember, think about this, yeah? If you're an employer, businesses, there are people like you and me. They need you as much as you need them. Okay? They need you as much as. So when you're looking for something, you have to have the mindset of this. I've got a skill, I've got something that someone needs out there. It's about finding, finding who needs my skill, or finding who I'm going to help in that way. So they need you as much as you need them. So when you're trying to apply, or I lost my train of thought there. When you're trying to apply for something, or do a job or something, you have to have a swagger. You have to have that confidence, because once you get past that AI ATS system, is the interview. Yeah, interview is a way, in a professional setting, is a way to show you are capable of something. It feels like a facade. It feels like a facade. It feels like a waste of time, but you have to show, because wherever money is exchanging hands, people are serious. Okay, money is not real. Money is, but whenever that money is, people are very serious. Look at the stock market today. People are very serious about money and where that goes. So when they come to interview, they want to know about you. So when they ask you an interview, tell me about yourself. They don't care about what you do. You can say your hobbies later, or where you're from. I was born in Lagos. No. What they want you to do when you're asked about yourself is they want you to talk about your experience. Okay, tell about yourself. Okay, before applying for this role, I was working at this. That's how you start off. My name is David. Whatever, I guess you already know that. I was working at this company previously. In that company, I was doing X, Y, and Z. And before that, I was working here, and that I did X, Y, and Z. And then coming to this company, that's why I'm coming here. So they want to know about your experience. So talk about your past experience that you've been doing when you're looking for an interview. That's what they want to know. Okay? So never miss that point. And at the end of an interview, do you ask questions? You have to ask questions. You have to ask questions. Asking questions brings you in term with the interviewer. Remember, the interviewer can be your coworker the next day. Yeah? So ask those questions to the person. Questions like this. If I were to start on Monday, what would be the first task you would like me to do? Or would I be working on? A question like that puts you in position with the interviewer. It tells the person, okay, they start imagining you. Okay, it's actually my coworker. So what do we need him for? And that gives you a leg up in the interview. Okay? It makes them already see you as part of the team, working for that. Questions you can ask again is, in the next 3 months or something, What are your goals? What are the goals for this position? What do I have to do to excel in this position? Again, you're telling the person, you're ready here. You want to be part of the organization. Any answer they're giving you, they're probably going to use themselves and give you the answer, right? Because that is the expectation, the reality they have for themselves when they work in that company. So don't forget that. So these 2 questions are very, very powerful. There are so more questions which I'm going to share with the organizers. So I'll share you tips on your resume and questions to ask at the interview when you get there with the organizer. So make sure you get it from him. Okay, so back to what I was saying. How to get a job interview. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. If you are in a position, okay, and you've studied for 1 year, okay, don't be afraid, okay? We don't even know what we're doing nowadays sometimes, okay? Don't be afraid. 1 year is enough. 6 months, 1 year is enough for you to say you can apply for a job, okay? Like I said something, the barrier is very low to get in tech. So 1 year is enough, okay? If you're 1 year into something, start applying for jobs. But make sure within that 1 year, part of your learning experience is that you have done project. 2 to 3 projects you can show up. Get a GitHub account. Put your project out there, okay? So within that 1 year, people are looking for Nigerians because they've seen what we can do out there, okay? Companies are actually applying Africans, Nigerians to come and do jobs. It's a small world now. COVID changed everything, okay? So it's all remote. Most works are remote. So go to those places. Who knows where to find remote jobs? Who's head of Upwork? Who's head of Fiverr? Okay. Who's head of Humana? Okay. So I'm going to share with again some places where you can find remote jobs. So you go on there, brush up your CV, brush up your interviewing skills, okay, and start applying. Apply for as many jobs as you can. And when you see a job description, if you can do 50% of it, apply. You do not have to do 100% to get that job. 50% is enough, and then you learn on the job. We all learn on the job. How are you meant to learn when you don't even work? So 50% from the job description is what you're going to learn. So make sure you see a job, you apply for that, okay? So I'm just going to do a recap of what I talked about because I think this is pretty much the core of what I want to tell you about your resume. So your name, get a Skype, get a phone number out there, okay? Put an email. When you're applying for jobs, try to message the person that is applying. When you go on LinkedIn, when you look at the job on LinkedIn, who is LinkedIn here? When you look at the job on LinkedIn, you're going to see something there. Email the job poster. Send them an email. Message them. Just say, hey, I saw you were applying for this. I saw this role here, and you're going to close, but I tried to apply, but I didn't get an email back. I'm not sure if you got my resume, but if you didn't, here's a copy of the resume. Just put that there. What you're doing is you're trying to get yourself in front. There's a lot of competition out there, so you want to make sure you put your best foot forward. So send them a resume, okay? Put them out there. Let them see it and know that, you're part of the people that already applied in there. So your name, number, email, your professional description, your next role, which you want to be, okay? And your experience. Don't forget to put your skills in there because tech is about your skills. So put your skills in there, okay? And don't focus on one thing. If you want to get into the cloud, don't focus on one thing. Don't be like, I'm just going to study Azure or Microsoft. No, you have to know multiple of those systems. So you have to know AWS, you have to Azure, and if you've got time, study Google Cloud as well. this Alibaba too. So you have to study those things too, as well, to get into this stuff. Again, every year the competition is stiff, so you need to do things that will differentiate you from everybody. Okay, so if you're studying tech, okay, or you want to get into tech, all right, the first thing is consistency. Motivation will get you started, consistency will keep you going. You've got to give yourself 1 year, okay? Study for 1 year. Go in the background for 1 year. Once you do that, you'll be able to compete with the rest of the people out there. Any questions?
All right, I have 3 questions. Okay. First, I saw on the slide that you are a cloud security engineer. Okay, so my first question, certifications or project?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Depending on does it depend on the tech platform or on the tech job or the role or just generally?
Both, yeah. So certifications is great, okay? It's very important, it's good. Certifications is great. Project is also good. So if you want to get into, for example, I do cloud. I have a couple of cloud certifications which I'm doing myself. Okay, so industry certifications are important, and you have to find the ones that are very popular. Don't study an obscure certification, okay? Most people are looking for certifications which are up there. So if you're going to study cloud, study Azure, okay? Look up Azure certifications, okay? Those Microsoft Azure certifications. Look up AWS certifications, that's what you should do. And have a project on the side. We have many people who just study certifications, okay? But they don't know what they're doing. And that's a very big problem. That's where you flop in the interview. When you have a project, you can speak about it in the interview. It gives you something to talk about. Certification will get you to the door. Project will keep you going. Does that make sense? So you have some talk about with a project, and certification as well is good to push you ahead.
All right, great. Second question is this. So I'm also an aspiring DevOps engineer.
Okay.
So I'm going to do more with the cloud. And I discovered that AWS is more popular in this space, but the Azure certification is more respected. We are dealing more with the AWS platforms, but the Azure certification is more respected. Now we have more companies, about data shows 55% use more of AWS than the Microsoft platform, than the Azure platform. And we also have the GCP too. So my question is this. Okay, so you're learning and then you're trying to put yourself out there. Companies are using AWS more, but you also have to read up for the Azure certification. What do you do? How do you do yourself so that you can still put yourself out there while learning these things?
And obviously limited funds too, because it costs money to do that. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of that, that's good to actually look at the stats, yeah? Before it used to be Azure and then AWS and that, right? So I think pick one, it doesn't matter. Pick the one you're more interested in, okay? I'm an Azure guy, right? I'm very vast in that area, yeah? But when I study certification of that, I still look at AWS as well, because you have to know both. They're both transferable. They're both pretty much the same thing, okay? In quotes, okay? So pretty much all the services Azure has, AWS has it. Different names, different words, but once you know one part of it, okay? The Azure, for example, solutions architect or something in Azure, you can do the same in AWS too. So if you get a certification in Azure, just go learn AWS too. So when you're putting on your CV Azure certification on your skills, you add those AWS, lingua there too as well. Okay.
So which do you suggest that we go for? Remember, we are battling with the lack of funds, and so you have funds for just one certification, and then you want to go with one. Which exactly do you prefer we we choose
You're putting me in a box.
a
Okay.
tight one.
I'm very biased with Azure, okay? If you want to work for a traditional company, okay, pick Azure. If you want to work for emerging startups on the move, go for AWS. Okay? Because Azure has been there for ages. They have the Active Directory, which if you were a company back in the 80s and 90s, 2000, yeah, you must have AD to manage your system, yeah? So most companies traditionally have Azure system, and then they move, Active Directory, and they move to Azure and they do all the cloud stuff. So traditional companies, established companies, then put it that way, Azure. If you want to work for startups, AWS.
No, thank you. Last question. The dream is to work remotely, earning dollars, right? Now, while we are trying to build ourselves to get to that point, yes, while we are trying to build ourselves to get to that point, how do we position ourselves online? Yes, put yourself out there on LinkedIn, your projects display on LinkedIn, but as a Nigerian myself, I would consider someone around me first before I say I want to take someone from another country. So how do we want to position ourselves or try to make ourselves look better than those there? Because we are not just in competition with Nigerians, we are in competition with the whole world, especially those from the country of the hiring manager. Right. So how do we put ourselves in a point where we can show that we are better than that guy that is in your country, who you can easily call up, even though he's working remotely, but he's in the same city with you. He can easily call up and come to the office and do some of those, but I'm not there. Right. So how do we show that how do we prove ourselves that we are way better than that to be considered for a role more than the ones in the country?
Good point, yeah. It's a remote job, yeah? So it's remote. So they want anybody from anywhere.
From anywhere.
Great. Okay. I said get a Skype number, yeah? So when you have that Skype number for that role which you're applying for that country, it gives you some credibility, like I said. So they can be able to call you. Email is great. Email is slow. Call, I speak to you, I get to know you. Okay? So get that number. That's part of the package you have to get that Skype number. And on your resume, when you're putting your experience, you can choose to remove the countries there, okay? So that gives you more visibility, okay, in terms of places. What I'm saying is because so they don't limit you, in the places. So you can write the name of the company, the time you spend there, that's it. You don't need to put the address and stuff like that. So you can just remove that from your resume. Another thing you can do is message the hiring manager, okay? If I've been in a position to interview people as well as get people the job. If someone messages me first, you're front and center. Okay? We have a lot of things. Interviewing or getting new people to the company is just one part of the job. It's not even part of our job description. It's something the CIO will say, hey, this and this, there's an interview. That's just one part. Okay? So if someone messages you, okay, you have that in your mind, okay? Than hundreds that have already put in the resume application. It doesn't mean I would not go through those people, but I have more ability to look at yours and even chat with you as well because you've messaged me on that platform. So always craft a little note, especially when the competition is stiff. Craft a little note to the person, just explaining something. You can write a message, to the person. You can use tactics, like I said earlier. I didn't get email that I applied for the job. This is my resume, just in case you didn't receive it. Put yourself in there. These are just little tactics you can push to just get yourself in the door right there. And it's always going to be hard, working remotely. But currently, like I said, I've seen people, I've got friends right now who were in Nigeria. They got jobs from here, they were living here, and they eventually moved. My friend, I told you I met him when I was traveling recently. He was in Nigeria working, he was earning dollars while I live in Nigeria, and he moved to Portugal to stay there on what they call that visa, a normal visa, yeah? Yeah, so it is possible, And remember, the world is global now. It's people like me that are looking at a resume. It's not the white people, okay? It's people like the Indian guy, people like the Chinese people. So it's not just one set of people that's looking at a resume. So don't feel like you have to. I'm trying to make sure you don't have this notion of, you know, racism or from a different country or something like that. But if you can do the job, no matter where you are, I will find you. But first, you have to beat the AI by making sure your CV is well crafted, okay? And then message to get yourself in the foot door to get an interview. Then once you get that interview, you show yourself, you ask those questions. Always ask questions at the end of the interview. You have to say, you have to speak, you have to speak, you have to ask those questions so you can, all these things is just psychology to make sure you're in the mind of the person that you're trying to apply for, okay? So don't worry about country or people. That plays a factor, but not a big factor. You understand? So I hope I answered you.
Wonderful class. Yeah. But after everything, I'm speaking for myself. I'm asking the question for myself. Yes. With everything that was said, to be very honest, I'm so confused. Why? I want to work remotely. I want to, but where do I start from as somebody who has little or no knowledge in tech industry? What do I have to, where do I have to learn? What skill do I have to acquire, to actually be able to be in the tech industry, to be able to work remotely? Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. Tech industry is a tech industry. It's a very broad place, okay? What was your name again? Ife. Okay, it's a very broad place, you know. I think I said earlier, you have to know what you want to be or the end goal of what you want to do before you even start. Yeah? What that means is, what do you want to do in tech actually? You know, it's very broad, you know. If you say you want to go in tech, to me, it's like, I'm very confused. Like, what do you want to do? You know? Because you can be a software developer. If you don't want to be a tech person, you can go to business analyst. If you want to be, currently there's data science, you know, there is analyst, there is business intelligence, there's architect, there's servers, there's so many parts of tech. So you have to know, what do I want to do first? You know, if you know what you what you really want to do, and then we can actually start mentoring. You can actually start, getting that skills to get up there. I can't really tell. It's very hard because I can't really tell you to go study this or study that when I don't really know, Yes. The reason I asked everyone the name and places, I wanted to know who was in tech already and who wasn't. Okay? But most people weren't in tech. Everyone does something different. Okay? So if you want to get in tech, the first thing I'll tell you to do is know what you want to do. Okay? And I know it does sounds like a lot, but you have your phone. Okay? Just research. Okay? Just see what interests you. There is AI now, right? You can go AI, right? You can be a teleprompter. You can choose go into security. You don't really need technical knowledge to secure. I'm giving things you don't need technical knowledge for. Go into security. Security is more about, I feel like every Nigerian can be in security. You know what I mean? Because it's just being smart and then understanding how policy works. Okay? You can understand and see what security is all about. Okay? You can go into there's so many sort of different areas that don't require you to have hard technical skills in tech. Yeah. And like I said, all your skills you're doing is very transferable. So what you're doing, okay, currently, whatever it is, whatever you're doing, you can tell me, I can tell you how you can use that in tech. Okay? Every skill you do is transferable. Tech is just a technical skill, but that's just one part of it. Communication is very, very important in there. How you're gonna get in there. So I don't know if anyone else is confused. Yeah. But if you already have something you're doing, keep doing what you're doing, because every skill you have is transferable into the technical industry. Yes.
Hi, so I don't have a question. It's just like about what she asked. And the truth is, I'm going to bring it home. A lot of us did not enter tech because of passion. Let's start from there. It's money, right? And it's usually hard to answer the question of what do you want to do, because you can be very confused. I think the first step is research, right? You actually have to bring out time to do research. And then when you do research, and another problem people have is when you don't just choose tech fields, there's certain tech fields that have certain personality traits that help you, right? So it's like saying you want to do UI UX, but you suck at designs, you don't have, there's nothing about maybe appearance or things that appeal to you. I'm not saying you won't do it well, you will do it well, but you will struggle, right? So I think the first thing you need to do is research, right? You do research, you find what appeals to you, you ask questions. I think take courses. And I think another thing too is you need to have an open mind. So maybe for you, your own journey was straightforward. Mine wasn't straightforward. I think I first started with software, learning HTML, CSS. But because I started early, I started when I was in school, so I had the opportunity to try and be like, okay, I'm not sure this works for me. But when you get older, you don't really have that time to gamble. So I think it's important to do research to understand what it is that you think you have an affinity for. And then another thing is discipline, because the truth is at some point you're going to get discouraged, you're going to get tired, and you also want to be careful that you don't start this and leave this, start this and leave this, start the other one and leave it. So you need to understand it. And then also to answer her question, she talked about a laptop. When I started learning HTML and CSS, I didn't have a laptop. My friend had a laptop. I would borrow her laptop. And it wasn't very efficient because you need to put a lot of time if you want to be a good software developer, but it's something I wanted to do. And then another thing too is, like he said, I think we get carried away that every tech skill you must be an engineer, you must code. There's a lot. There's risks and compliance, there's analysts, there's a lot. And then even if you don't have a laptop, I think you need to, how do I explain it? I know it may sound very, what is it called? But I'm saying from personal experience, you need to set a goal. There are a lot of things about that field you're interested in that you can learn on your phone. So you can start learning, but maybe implementation will not be the problem. But when you start learning, you have a goal, you save. We use Android phones. My first laptop was a very ugly Acer laptop. It was so big. It functioned like, let me know, used to work with mine. It was a horrible laptop. But at least it served, it was practically a desktop, because when they take the lights, it goes off. But you just have to start, because honestly, if you keep waiting, you would never do anything. You would never do anything. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
You said you're going to, if you have a tech skill in mind, then you're going to, if you have a skill that you're currently developing, then you're going to point out what particular tech skill it works for. So presently, I'm trying to build my base on project management. So I saw some people, I was going through LinkedIn, and then I went through their LinkedIn profiles, and then I saw the product manager. I was not like, which one is product manager again? I know that in product management, I was taught project management, product, then portfolio management. But I just know that just for managing product, what does, in fact, product management, I've actually done my research on Google, but I'm not still clear. How does it relate with project management, like those two things?
Okay. All right. I think, let's say similarity between both of them You have to be detailed oriented. You have to be able to find little things in between there. Okay? So for project, you're managing people, let me say mostly internal. It can be external as well, but mostly internal. You have a certain sort of goal in mind that you want to achieve, and then you're working with the team to get that done. But for project and product, you're telling a story, okay? You're trying to bring a product, not really a product, it can be a product, it could be a function in an application, it could be a new feature. You're trying to bring that to life. So that includes storytelling, working with external stakeholders, okay? Trying to get feedback, trying to get, engagement from that, and coming back into the organization and putting that together. Because, I don't know, everyone here, if you try to build something or try to do a startup, you're going to have so many ideas, okay? Your mom even tell you, maybe do this. Your friend says this. Everyone says this. But you, as a product person, or you as a person, you have to still strip down to the barest minimum, the MVP. What exactly do you want to achieve? Because it's very easy to get carried away, into so many things. Right? So if you can strip it down to the very barest minimum of, I want to achieve this is what I want to achieve, and this is what I want to do. Every other thing is good and great. It's good to have it, but not right now. Yeah? That is what a product manager would do. I don't know if I just sort of explained that proper. Anyone else? If you need help on a personal note, okay, it is a particular field which you do want to get into. While I'm still here, I can definitely have time to speak to you and, I guess, help you get to where you want to get to. Thank you.
Lauren was born in Australia. She has a cultural background of Turkish and Italian. Yes. Her professional background will go as follows. On community development and health, Lauren has been actively involved in community development and health initiatives from a young age. On personal health and physical development education, Lauren uses her expertise to educate others on personal health and physical well-being. On international public health, with a background in international public health, Lauren has a global perspective on healthcare. She's a yoga instructor, and she's not only passionate about physical health, but also practices and teaches yoga for the holistic well-being. She's a well-being advisor and collaborates with businesses and organizations to provide valuable well-being advice and insight. On youth health and mental health, she's an advocate and works with youth to promote health and mental well-being. She has added to herself research and programs such as evidence-based community health research. She also has the program development, where she has played a key role in developing and implementing community health programs. Lauren's diverse experiences make her a well-rounded professional with a strong commitment to improving community health and well-being. Her passions include traveling. She loves to explore new places and experience diverse cultures. She also loves continuous learning And as a lifelong learner, Lauren is always eager to expand her knowledge and skills. She's also a health enthusiast, and her interest in health has shaped her professional journey. And today she's going to be sharing insights on health, mental well being, and everything that you need to do well as you create wealth. So let's make welcome Lauren Bouzier to the stage. Don't stop, don't stop.
Well, I'm glad I didn't fall down while walking. Thank you for the introduction and thanks so much for having me. I know that my accent might throw some of you off, so let me know if I'm talking too fast or you need something, okay? Okay, so as she said, obviously health is a really large topic and there's so many things that come into it. So we're just going to brush on the surface today. And obviously I'm here to answer any questions after if you want to delve a little bit deeper, okay? But some of the things, let's put the slides up, we can start. Some of the things we might cover today in the slides, if you can see, is just mindset in general, starting stress, sleep, physical health, nutrition, and obviously that link between health and wealth and success, okay? Personally, and I think a lot of us can agree, if we're not healthy, we're not physically and mentally there, we can't succeed in our jobs or our passions or anything that we're going after, okay? Imagine a world where you yourself are in optimal condition, your body and mind, so much so that you don't have to be worried about going to hospital. You don't have to be worried about your next move, okay? So this is the aim, to be in the optimal state for work and enjoy your life. So what I want to say here in the beginning is just, I think I'm on the third slide. These things are pretty straightforward, but something we don't always think about, right? Without health, if you have bad health, you're going to have to go see the doctor. You're going to have to invest in getting healthy, right? Before you even get to start work, before you even get to start your passion, correct? Yeah, okay. When you're healthy, you're oxygenating your brain, you're creating movement in your body, you're creating a set standpoint to start to be productive, I should say, okay? Everyone knows when you're feeling down, when you're feeling in such a state where you're lazy or unmotivated, right? That can be linked to health. How can it be linked to health? Okay. Because when we don't move, when we don't see the sun, when we don't nourish our bodies, we are not able to cognitively function. You see how they all link? We'll explore that more, okay? Fewer sick days, obviously you're not taking days off. Long-term financial security, an active lifestyle means you can work longer, you can contribute to your own passions and desires in a longer time period, right? And obviously quality of life. We don't just work to get, yes, we work to get money, but we also work to have a nice and great life where we can enjoy ourselves. Yeah, when we can play with our kids, when we can go see our friends, we want to be at that state. We're not going to feel so tired after work we can't do anything, so depleted of energy that we can't even, go see our friend. It has to be a balance, yeah? Okay, there's a little activity. So I just want to get your insight about where you're at your health in some ways. So hands up if you sleep between 6 to 10 hours a day, a night. 6 to 10. And that means in a straight line, not like I'm going to sleep at 10 p.m., waking up at 1 a.m., staying up, then going back. Anyone? That's good. For me, it's a no. Do you know why? For me, it's a no, because I have little kids. So that's another point I want to make. Every life stage you have, every experience you have will impact your health. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It just means we have to adapt to that. We want to be aiming to this amount of sleep. Yeah? Okay, hands up if you ate a piece of fruit or had vegetables this week at all. Good. Should be every day. Very nice. Okay, hands up if you drank like a soft drink, so Coke, anything like this, more than twice this week. Yeah, okay, that's fine. How about who's moved their body today? Who's like actually done some movement? Pretty much everyone here. Yeah. Okay, last couple of questions. Does everyone have someone that they can confidently say they can speak to about their worries? You can call someone up right now. If something's happening, you can say, yeah, I can talk to you. Anyone? There should be more hands up than that. I hope so. You can call me if you need, okay? I'm here. And lastly, hands up if this week you've taken some time for yourself, meaning not time to do your work, not time to do something for your family. You've done something for yourself, whether it's, I don't know, had an extra long shower if you could, or gone to get your nails done, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's good. I want to see more hands by the end of that, okay? All right, let's go. That's good. I need to start there. You need to be positive. So that's my next slide. Basically, what I believe and what I've seen after all the people I've worked with and the places I've been is that health really starts with a mindset. Okay, it's all to do with you and your willingness to improve yourself, your willingness to say, I want to be healthy. I want to be the best version of myself. There can be so many people telling you things. I'm sure you all have like Instagram, Facebook, whatever, and you see things and I don't know. Especially this time of year, you know, get into shape, eat this, lose weight, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? Sure, we've all seen that. That can't really work if you don't have a positive mindset, if you're not in the right state to start working on yourself. So we're going to start today to create a positive sense of self. And I want you to think about something about yourself that you feel is a really positive quality or a positive attribute that you have, that you've been working on. And I want you to tell that to the person next to you. I want you to be confident and say, hey, I'm confident because, I don't know, I'm worked really hard this year on exercising every morning. It doesn't have to be anything physical. It could be mental, anything positive about yourself. I want you to just tell the person next to you. Go ahead. Think about it. Nice. Keep talking. I like that. Anyone want to share their positive attribute? Anyone super confident and happy? Yeah, anyone? Yeah, okay, this guy, the actor. Don't be shy. It's okay. Okay, someone else step in for him. Someone else. Come on, I know Nigerians are very amazing people and they're very strong and resilient. Okay. Yes. Very resilient people. Yeah. And you don't talk about yourselves enough. So come on, let's go. Wow, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am Gideon. I'm a pianist by training. And I think a positive thing about me is that I don't like stress.
Good.
I don't like stress. So I try as much as possible to deliver on my job, but still take out time to, like, personal time.
Perfect.
Basically, yeah, that's what I mean. But I find I take it as an important thing because if you don't do that, eventually burnout will hit you.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't rest, your body will rest for you.
Exactly.
I've come to this.
Yeah. Wow, thank you. Okay, so I guess really nice. Something you can do at home. It sounds trivial, but it actually works. Once you start speaking to yourself and believing what you're saying, it turns into action, right? Every action creates, the next step. So go home, write some positive things and affirmations that you want to see yourself in, right? Write them down, look in the mirror, actually stick by it. It might sound silly and funny at first, but really this mindset and getting your mental health in the right state is really important in your journey to health and wealth, I believe. So let's go to the next one. I just want to get an understanding of what kind of health means to you. Everyone has a different definition of what health is specifically. I just want you to go on your papers and try and write like a little definition or mind map, however you learn. It doesn't have to be bullet points, whatever, about what kind of health is encapsulated for you. And then we're going to go over that, yeah? So just take a minute to do that. My imaginary stopwatch. Don't worry, it's not an exam. I'm not testing you. Anyone have a definition for me that they want to share? Yeah. Yeah, she said it. What did you say? What did you say? Did you say something? Yeah? Yeah. Sure.
Okay. I said that once you have a positive mindset, it kind of takes it that
You can
person is
obtain health.
healthy. Yeah.
That's good, yeah. What else? Think about what are the other components of health? Who can add to it?
I see health as the quality of life
Yes.
that I live. So, for example, if we live up to 50, it's only two people live up to 50, and I'm healthy, I don't have to go to hospital. I can still run, do what I have to do, as opposed to living to 50, but you're in and out the hospital, you're sick, you can't do stuff. So the quality of life is very important when it comes to health.
Yeah, perfect. That's really true. You can't define yourself as healthy if you don't have quality, which means you need to have reduced time, reduced disease. That's one part of it, right? What I'm trying to get at is health doesn't have one single component. It's a multifaceted, holistic approach to your living, okay? So it's a state of physical, mental, social well-being. It's not just not being sick, right? Okay? It's the preventative things that get us to a point of healthy living. So also the World Health Organization adds on that the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is a fundamental right of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition, meaning that we all have the ability to set the high standard to be the healthiest parts of ourselves that we can, right? As I said, it's not just physical, mental, spiritual, all the above, social as well. I want to get into a bit more of the mental health awareness because I think it really connects to either starting your own business or getting into the workforce. I think you would agree that your mental state is going to be what's going to be pushing you towards doing well in that interview, writing the CV, like David said, in a positive way, speaking about yourself, continuing to work and be motivated and consistent. Without positive mental health, we can't have a good discipline in our work life, right? So these are some tips that I just have in general. So I know that a lot of you work really hard and you spend a lot of hours working, but not all those hours are going to be productive, are they? No? Yeah. We can't really focus. I don't know about Nigerians, because I feel like they can focus much longer than everyone else, from what I've seen. But we can't really actively focus at the highest state of brain development, the more than about 30 minutes. So it's good to have little short bursts and breaks throughout the day, whether it's just having water, hydration, very key, or just literally standing up if you can, okay? Changing your body movement, changing your perspective. It's really important to just keep those brain juices flowing. Another one that I always talk about is getting outside and connecting with nature. We're humans and we need to, we work with circadian rhythms. Does anyone know what that means? We work, yeah? It's a rhythm of our sleep and wake patterns to do with our brain waves, okay? So these change with light and dark. These change with activity and non-activity, the rhythm of our being. It's really important that you go outside and get sunlight, vitamin D, okay? Because your body needs to know that you've been active during the day and then your mind can rest at night. If you don't get out, if you don't see outside four walls, you will often find it really hard to sleep and your brain functioning will lower, okay? So I'm not saying go and stay outside for hours and get sunburned and get irritated. I mean, just go outside, feel like a little moment of connection, breath, okay? And then come back and do your work. Don't force yourself to continue to work. I have to finish this, I have to finish this. If you're not in the right mindset, if you haven't had those breaks, it's not going to work for you. You're not going to be able to focus. Yeah, okay. I think coming back to that, what is really important is starting your day off properly, your morning. Does anyone have some kind of morning routine or something they do in the morning to help them wake up? Or you just wake up and do what you have to do, see what the day comes? Yeah? Pull-ups, that's good. Movement's really important. Yeah, sure. I'm going to talk about that later because like I told you about your brain waves, you're going from alpha to beta to gamma. So meaning that our brain is at rest and then we slowly wake up during the day and we become more active. If you jump out of the bed, we're going to speak about this later, so I won't talk too much. But if you just jump out and go straight on your phone, which I know a lot of us do, it's probably not the best. And I'll explain later, okay? Like going on for mental health, obviously connect with loved ones. Who's hugged someone this week? Anyone had a big hug? Please hug someone. They say humans need like at least 8 hugs a week. Yeah, for sure. It develops... Please hug people. It's true. We need oxytocin, the love hormone. We need this to function. We need to feel dopamine. Anyone knows what dopamine is? Feel-good hormone. We need oxytocin. And this comes through human connection. Yeah, we're not here to live by ourselves. We need to have human connection. Okay. So I need you to be... You've been suffering. So I need you to find someone to hug. I need you to speak to people, okay? I need you to have the open communication. It's easy to sit by ourselves and just scroll through and maybe send a message here and there, but true human connection is really powerful, and I'm sure you've all felt that and know that, yeah? So continue it, because it's not just something that feels good. It's backed by science. It's backed by research. We need social connection to thrive, to be in a mindset to work and to get where we want to go. That's what I call a positive workflow state, okay? And like Sir said over here, you can't be stressed, so heightened and stressed before you get into that state. You have to be at a good mindset, okay? Let's move on. Okay, so next slide. We're going to talk about, in doing these things, we need to find movement and breath. So our physical health is connected to our mental health, and our breath is really important. Breathing, it sounds simple, but you'll see a lot of people holding their breath during the day, not knowing how to calm their body. Okay, so I want to show you some exercises you can do during the day, during a work day, whatever, to get in the right mental state. And these are breathing exercises. So is everyone ready? So everyone can first stand up. I know you've just stood up, but let's get up. And you're just going to start to just close your eyes and just twist side to side. like this. Let your arms be really floppy. Release everything. Good. And then you'll come to stillness, okay? We want to stand in something we call in yoga, Tadasana or mountain pose. So I'm just going to put my mic down for a second. Shoulders are down, head is tall. So your body's really long when you're connected to the ground. And we're going to close our eyes. We're going to focus on breathing. So you're going to breathe in through your nose and out through your nose. And I want you to just keep your feet planted, but imagine, feel your body swaying side to side. So we're testing our balance here. We're testing our neural pathways. So you're going side to side. Yes. Just feel slow. And then back and forth. Just relaxing. And then you're going to stand really still. Pull your feet down on the floor and imagine your fingertips reaching towards the ground and your crown of your head growing really tall, and you're breathing. And you're just resetting your body here. Very nice. Okay, open your eyes. Good. Let's sit down again. Dora, I'll get you back up. I just want you to feel the shift in balance in your body. Okay, so we're going to do something called a belly breath. It's really good if you're feeling really anxious or nervous. You can't concentrate. It's breath from your abdomen. We need to breathe from our diaphragm to get the most powerful breath. And we're going to breathe in and out through our nose. We get more oxygen that way. We filter more dust and bacteria. We don't get as much carbon dioxide released from our mouth. So we're going to breathe in and out through our nose. You're just going to put your hands in your belly, both your hands, and you're going to breathe in so much that your tummy comes out, pops out. So you get a really big belly. Do you feel that? And then exhale through your nose. Bring your tummy all the way into your abdomen. You should feel instant calm already. Inhale again, all the way up. All the way to the tip of your breath, and exhale completely. Good. Now we're going to add something on here. Another element to the breath. Everyone, you're going to inhale, and everyone go, sigh out. Good. Yeah, got it? So you're going to do that same, you'll do that same breath, but close your mouth. Do it with your nose. So it sounds like this. Good. Close your eyes and do that 5 times. You might feel your head feeling a bit light. That's okay. That's normal. You're re-oxygenating your brain and you're getting focused. Good. Should feel good. A few more. Good. And once you master this, you can change the speed, do it really slow. Good. And when you're ready, you can just open your eyes slowly. Yeah. It's funny at first. It feels awkward, but it actually helps. This breathing exercise helps us physically and mentally. Okay, good. Next little exercise I want you to do. So that's just simple breathing. This is a good one when you're working all day on the computer, okay? So you're going to bring your hand up to your head. Open your elbows and touch your hand. Put your chest up. We need to release our neck and chest when we're always down, head down all the time, right? So open, 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 press, press, press. And then chin comes down, let your elbows try and touch each other, pull your chin down. You should feel your neck kind of opening up, right? Good, do that again. Inhale, open. Completely. Yes. And then exhale, come down. Good. Come back up. Yeah. Oh. That's a nice simple one you can do. Yeah, shoulder rolls. Basically, what happens in our society, our head is always down, right? Because we're on our phone. The causes a lot of tension in our spine, in our neck. So we really need to open that up. And why that's really dangerous is, what is the connection between your brain and your body, your spine, okay? So we need to ensure we can open this up so we can have oxygenated blood, so we can move through the day. That's just some exercise. I don't have a lot of time, so we won't go through everything, but I might do a few more later, okay? All right. So that moves into more physical health. as you can see, I always connect health in different ways. It's not just about mental, the physical plays into it. You'll find that if your body is sore, if you're sick, right, you don't feel good mentally, right? Yeah? In the same way that if you haven't moved your body, what do you feel? Stiff, and you feel lazy, you feel tired, and you can't even do anything. So they both interrelate. So we talk about physical health in terms of how much we should be doing. Obviously, this is controversial. It is somewhat controversial because everyone has different goals. Some people might want to be maintaining their weight. Some people want to lose weight. Some people just want general health, okay? But in specific, we should be aiming towards at least half an hour of some kind of movement per day. And then if you're getting into the more depths of it, you can do more intense work, which I'll show you later. A lot of people just think physical activities, just going to the gym, running, doing these things, but it doesn't have to only be that. Who sweeps the floor here? Anyone? Yeah? Who picks up things off the ground? Who walks to the bus station? You know, these things are called incidental movement exercise, and don't take them for granted. These movements are very important to everyday life as well, okay? You don't want to be sedentary, meaning not moving at all. That's a recipe for disaster for everyone, okay? We want to try to move. So a powerful thing is physical activity can eliminate the mortality risk associated with a lot of different conditions, poor sleep, diabetes, blood pressure. So physical activity always comes up in research articles as a powerful tool to reduce all these things, okay? So that's no new news, okay? The new news is that everyone talks about different ways to do this, what exercises to do, how to do them, which can get confusing for people, I understand that. But the best way to see it is you want to be getting enough cardiovascular exercise, meaning your heart is going to be beating faster than it is sitting down, yeah? Muscular endurance as well, and strength. I know for a lot of women, for example, there's this belief that you shouldn't be lifting weights or doing strength exercises, but it's really important for everyone, especially as you get older. Conditions like osteoporosis and falling down, all these hip mobility issues comes from lack of strength. So I would really always recommend integrating some kind of strength activity into your movement. Anyway, this is, if you see the slide, I'll show you, just to get an idea of what you should be doing. I don't know, it's not here. But this is the health recommendation. Yeah, so basically it says, if you can see there, at least 150 minutes a week. So that's about 30 minutes a day. And then two days of the week doing a more intensified exercise, so a planned exercise, yeah? So whether that's, you see the photo, doing push-ups, doing pull-ups, doing a weight-bearing exercise. All these can add up. So you don't have to do 150 minutes in one time, yeah? It all starts small. So even 5-10 minutes of your day. Like I said, everyone has their own lifestyle. Everyone has something that's happening, families, carers. I acknowledge that everyone has a different starting point and different goals. So just try to do something, okay? And then I think we kind of went through this. The benefits of exercise are clear, researched, reduce stress, boost self-esteem, improve blood sugar, strengthen heart, mood, sharpen your focus. Okay. If you ever feel like you literally can't think or you're feeling very unmotivated, I always recommend to get up and do something active. The latest research that came out was something called an exercise bite. Anyone might understand what that is, an exercise bite? It's basically saying that having a bite of exercise, a very small, short burst of exercise, is even more powerful than doing nothing at all, okay? It can give us sharpen mental focus. It can start our blood flow. It's really powerful. So what that research showed is that you don't have to have a lot of time to exercise as long as you're getting moving and doing something. Okay, you have to start somewhere. These are the kind of things I tell people, okay? Start small and simple and build upon it. It might mean 5 minutes of exercise in the morning that you know from a friend that you've looked up and adding on that every day, okay? making a visual plan or program for yourself. Some people are visual learners. Some people need accountability and to tick things off that they've done it. Everyone is motivated in different ways. For me, that doesn't work because I'm not going to follow that plan. For me, I need to be accountable with my friends. I need to be personally motivated. Okay, so everyone's different. I would say have some simple equipment at home. Does anyone have like any weights or skipping rope or anything at home? Yeah? Anything can be turned into exercise. So if I came to a house and you told me I don't have space, I don't have anything to work with, how am I going to do this? Okay, you literally just need about this much space to be able to exercise, okay? Even a step. There's so much you can do with this step right here. You just need the right direction. So don't feel like you don't have the resources or don't feel like you can't start anywhere. There's something for everyone. Look up home workouts on YouTube without equipment, for example. That's one way to do it, okay? If you do have the capacity to do exercise or go to the gym or join a sport, I would always say have a friend with you at the start to be accountable. I feel like if you have someone with you, you can stay motivated, right? You can work together. So if I said there, my slides aren't even up. I'm acting like they're there, but they're not. Yeah, so any movement you can do is powerful. Any movement you can do for your body is going to be great, okay? But don't forget to rest. Don't work too much. All right, speaking of rest, I have we're going to talk about sleep a little bit more now, okay? You can't move, you can't function, you can't think if you don't have proper sleep. I know a lot of the speakers spoke about staying up really late and doing everything you can to get the job done, which is really good. I applaud that. That's good some of the time, but it can't be all of the time. Can't be all the time. We need to prioritize sleep for functioning, yeah? Can we have the slides? I think I'm on number 14. Cool. Keep going. We've skipped a lot. Keep going, next one. And next one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so like I said there, long-range research indicates a clear link between sleep deprivation and a range of disorders like diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. We need quality sleep to recover, restore bodily function, and cognitive function. This is like a long-range research study, okay? So it's important. It's something we can't miss, sleep. It's something we can't say, oh, I'm just going to get 1 hour tonight and wake up and have a 5-hour nap. We need to try and prioritize that. Any ideas of how we would get into a better sleep pattern? No? No ideas? That's okay. So I'm going to show you, go to the next slide. I'll show you a diagram of the circadian rhythm I was talking about. Put the next slide. They're falling asleep in there. That's probably why. Okay, I don't know if you can see, but this is the rhythm of our bodies. So obviously we have a wake period, sleep period, active period, okay? If you just look up circadian rhythm, it's really interesting. And you often have, if you have some kind of smartphone, you often have like a sleep tracker or a monitoring of a sleep, which is interesting. But here it says, you know, you're waking up here, you have the best coordination by around 2 p.m., 1 p.m. in the afternoon, fastest reaction time, best time to do exercise, your highest blood sugar as you're going into the night when you need to eat dinner. And then obviously you start to calm down your body. Your nervous system starts to calm. You start to get ready for sleep. They say the optimum sleep time is about 10 p.m., but obviously it depends on what you've been doing during the day. But try to sleep when it's dark. That's what I'm going to say. Try and sleep when it's dark. Next slide. These are just some sleep hygiene tips. Yeah. I know it's very hard, but to reduce screen time close to your sleep, so like half an hour, 1 hour before you sleep, try not to go on the phone. Yeah. Sleeping complete darkness. So your mitochondria develops and your brain cells develop best in darkness. That's also why screen time is not good. All the bright lights affect your brain waves before you sleep. So try and do that. Be consistent with your night routines, meaning try to find a time that works well for you to go to sleep and continue that. You can try music, meditation music, relaxation music, anything that gets you in a calm state before sleep. You want to set yourself up for success in sleep, okay? The next one, use your bed, like your bed, for just sleep and like intimate purposes. You don't want to be doing a lot of work or something on there that's not related to sleep, because your brain remembers that. It sounds a bit trivial, but we want our bed to be for sleep only, yeah, or intimate purposes only. Adequate sunlight, I've explained that already, why that's important. Airflow, an important one a lot of people do is if they don't sleep well, they'll nap. But if you nap kind of past 3 p.m., past 4 p.m., and you have, say, like a 2-hour nap, right? That kind of throws you off for the nighttime sleep. The most productive nap is about 30 minutes. They've done research on it. I think it's about 27 minutes exactly. They've done the best research on the time of a nap to get you back into active flow, right? So try not to nap for too long, but they are good. Okay, now let's just move on. I know I'm talking a lot, so let me know if you have any questions in between. I think this is kind of going to be the last little bit about the component of health is nutrition. So, nutrition. Now, this is one of the ones that always has debates. As Pastor was saying, you know, people always feed you information about the best things to eat, the newest diet to go on, the best way to lose weight. You get a lot of this information, the best way to gain muscle, the best way, and it's all through food. And importantly, food is like your medicine, okay? So your food gives you your nutrients to live and survive. There's a nice quote that says, your diet is a bank account. Good food choices are good investments, okay? Yes, meaning that the food you have is literally for your body. It's nourishing you, okay? I want you to know that every body is different. Every actual body is different. So someone might say to you, eat this food, you'll lose weight, and you'll notice your friend is looking really great, feeling really energetic and active, but your body is completely different to theirs. So you need to know that everyone absorbs nutrients differently. Everyone has different metabolisms, hereditary factors, hormones, okay? Especially being a woman, just for a moment, women, we have a lot of different hormones that come into play with our cycles, which interferes with nutrition and how we can absorb food, for example, okay? And lastly, it's not just about what you eat, it's how you eat it. Do you know what I mean by that? A lot of people are kind of rushing to work. Oh, I'm quickly gonna eat this snack. I'm quickly gonna shove something down my mouth for, you know, because I'm hungry. But the best thing to do is actually take time to eat, mindfully eat, yeah? Think about what you're eating and make a connection to that. Be thankful for what you're eating. It's really important, yeah? Because often we forget, if we're in this rushed and stressed mindset, going back to how they connect, we eat quickly, we don't really think about what we're doing, okay? This is just kind of like a general, this is the nutrition assessment of Nigeria, for example. And I found it was a nice way to put the foods we eat and how they help us. So we have body building foods, mainly our proteins, which are really important to have with almost every meal, okay? Then we have energy foods, which sustain us and give us energy throughout the day. We want to be having energy foods that don't have so much starch and sugar. We want an elongated period of energy. So the best way to explain that, for example, is if you had the choice between like a white bread and a whole grain, I would always choose the whole grain because we get sustained energy. It's okay if you sometimes have the white bread or the quick starch, but we want to go for the long sustaining energy foods, okay? And protective foods, obviously fruits and vegetables, provide lots of vitamins, minerals, everything we need, okay? Everything we need to prevent disease is basically in food and in herbs and in nature. Everything we need is in there. We just need to know how to eat properly, okay? I don't want to go too deep in exactly what you should eat and how you should do it because, like I said, everybody is different. And I'm happy to give some advice if you have some questions about that personally, but in a whole, I can't really speak to everyone. All that I know specifically is that we should be aiming to have the most whole foods as possible. Does anyone know what a whole food is? Yeah? So it's basically a food that it comes in its natural state. Instead of getting the Endomie noodles, which has everything in there, we're going to have the food from its natural state, original form, okay? If we can. Anyway, so obviously as working people, this is just a nice picture of some snacks. Snacks are really hard for people. I know it's easy to grab anything on the way, but as our participant here, she's a meal prepper, right? Which is really important, I think, when you're a working person and you're dedicated to a business. You don't want to be thinking about the food you're making all the time. You want to try and be prepared beforehand. Having healthy snacks at your desk, having something you can reach for, okay, is really important. This is just some images of some things you can do and portioning. I won't go too deep into it, don't have much time. I wanted to go to the next slide. I just wanted to, did anyone know what these things are? These are all here in Nigeria. Can anyone tell me? What's the first one? Cool. Anyone know what that's good for? Huh? This is really high in vitamin C, very good for your blood sugar, high antioxidants. So what I'm trying to point out here is that Nigerian, you're really lucky. You have really great superfoods with high mineral content, high vitamin content. If you know how to eat them and know what to do, it's great. I wish I had these in Australia. What's the second one? Tiger. Yummy. I really like those. So it's not actually a nut. It's which is interesting. It's a fruit. It's a good source of healthy fat, really high in vitamins, very rich in vitamins. Next one, everyone knows, green plantain. Unripe, sorry. The reason I say unripe, plantain's fine in its ripe form, but the reason I'm putting a spotlight on the unripe is because of its prebiotic fiber. So it provides resistant starch and it allows us to have elongated energy, which is really good. So that would reduce your blood sugar, yeah? Instead of having ripe all the time. Next one. No, go back. Sorry, the slide. The next picture is bitter leaf. Yeah, bitter leaf. Yeah, there it is. Next is bitter leaf. So obviously good for medicinal needs, obviously. Has really high potassium, like the most potassium you need is just from that leaf. High in vitamin C, A, and K, very good. Next one, I'm just gonna go through quickly because I don't have much time. This one is interesting. I haven't seen it in Lagos, but it says it's popular in Nigeria. It's the baobab fruit. Baobab fruit? It has another name. Yeah, okay, so that's really good for iron absorption, bones and skin. And the last one is soursop. Very good. This actually, studies have actually connected this to reducing like nervous diseases and mental health diseases, which is amazing. Not many foods do that, like depression. It can actually help in some forms, the leaves. And it has connections with reducing cancer, which is really interesting. Anyway, we're nearly done. So next slide. These are kind of my top tips. Take food in its most natural form, as I said. Read the ingredients carefully on a food. I can't stress this enough. You see a packet of food and it says healthy, low sugar, low fat, okay? You think, wow, I'm gonna eat this, it'll be great, okay? But this is all marketing. You need to look at the back. You need to look at what the ingredients are in these foods. If you see that the first ingredient is sugar, please forget it. If you see ingredients that are numbered or you don't understand what the words are, please don't worry about that food, okay? It's just a marketing ploy for you to get their food, okay? You need to know what the ingredients are, and you need to understand how to read nutrition packaging. That's something I won't have time to go through today, but it's something I implore you to learn about, okay? We want to be looking for things with high fiber, protein, and reduced sugars, okay? Focus more on quality of food, very important. Have healthy snacks available. Pre-make food if you can, to have it there, okay? So it reduces your need to go and get something unhealthy. Always have rich protein, satiating foods available, meaning that the food that keeps you full is something on your plate needs to be protein, you need to have carbs and vegetables. You need to have a whole spectrum on your plate so you can stay full, okay? Just pointing out, I want you to know that it's okay to crave food and to want sugar sometimes and to have food that might not be seen as healthy. It's okay. You don't have to demonize yourself for sometimes eating badly. Okay, I think this is something we all think we feel bad about it, but it's okay to have things in moderation. I read something the other day. This lady said, okay, I'm on a diet. I'm going to eat healthy. And then she said, I'm going to eat one cookie. But she didn't, because she was so obsessed with being so healthy and so perfect that as soon as she had that one cookie, she couldn't stop, right? So you need to get to a point where you feel confident enough to say, I'm allowed to have a little treat, I'm allowed to have this and be okay, yeah? So it's a mental game as well. Proper nutrition leads to good cognitive function and overall health, okay? I'll just leave that there for now. I don't have much time, so I might just go to, I don't know about this. Does anyone have let's just go to the last 5 minutes, okay? Going back to connecting to work and your job and your business. Do you think you have a healthy space to work in? Put your hands up, like a space you can work. Doesn't have to be that. But not even this, like a personal space, a disconnected space from your bedroom, or a place where you can feel like you can focus. No? That's what we need to find. We need to find a space in our house, a space where it's like, whether it's at a friend's house, at a cafe, wherever it is, or we can focus. And it needs to have the ability to feel neat and tidy. It needs to feel like you can move in this space and feel healthy. This will contribute to healthy production and healthy work environment, right? Okay. All right, I'll just go the last one. I'm already out of time, but I'll share these last little tips. So go on pad 25. I'll go on to 25, actually, the one before that. What I want you to get out today, you need to prioritize yourself. You need to have a balance between your work and life. I know a lot of people have heard this work-life balance, but it actually is very important, okay? You need to have the ability to stay on track with your personal goals and your personal health so that you can succeed in your work. So I'll just end with those tips. So prioritize your personal health, that's meant to say. Set your daily goals and write them down. If you have something in front of you, you're able to work towards something. Conduct self-check-ins and reviews. Reflection is very important. Reflect on yourself, your personal goals, your work goals. Where have you come? How far have you come? Prioritize your well-being and set ground rules. If you have a family, if you're working for someone, all these things, you need to be able to set rules for yourself. You need to be able to say, I won't work past a certain time. All these things, okay? Anyway, you can read them yourself. I think they're trying to get me off the stage with music because I've spoken for too long. But yeah, I hope you can understand how everything connects. And if you have any questions, you can let me know. Yeah? Thank you. But do you want to actually ask questions? Anyone? Or do I have to leave, Odira? Do I have to leave? Okay, I have to leave. I'm being sent away. Thank you.
Sorry, it's just due to time constraint. So we are going to send out messages So I will still ask you to write your message down so you can have time to ask them. We're going to set up a Zoom meeting with each of the speakers so you can have time to ask your questions. Thank you.
So before we move on to the next speaker, I'd like us to do one exercise. Yes, please, can we be on our feet as we spell the word coconut with our bodies? So, C is this way, right? That's the spelling of C, right? This is C. This is right? Then we have another C. An N. Right? Oh, another O, right? An N. Then U. And then T. So one more time. C. O. Another C. An O. N. U. And a T. All right. I felt some life in my body when we did some exercises earlier. It was needed. All right. So we're gradually moving on. So we see that everything is coming to shape. Next speaker who will be talking on the business of real estate. And the speaker for that session is Stephen Nwachukwu. I'll be reading a summary of his profile. So Stephen Nwachukwu originates from Asaba Delta State and embarked on his professional journey right after completing his HND in economics. At the age of 17, he commenced his career at the GT Bank, served as a bulk teller customer service officer for a year. Subsequently, at the age of 19, he contributed his skills as a transaction officer at Access Bank for 7 months. His trajectory continued at First Bank, where at the age of 20, he dedicated 2 years as a support analyst and executive assistant in the banking services group for Africa integration. In pursuit of academic excellence, Stephen decided to pursue a BSc in economics at the esteemed Bowen University, Iwo, graduating with a 2-1. During his academic journey, he briefly served as a data cleansing consultant at First Bank from 2017 to 2018. A seasoned professional with diverse experience, Stephen co-founded BuildBay, a groundbreaking PropTech startup that revolutionizes land ownership in Nigeria. Pardon me. Leveraging his extensive background in banking, finance, and insurance, he brings unique insights into the financial landscape of Nigerians. His goal is to address challenges associated with land acquisition by offering innovative and effective solutions. As the co-founder of BuildBay, Stephen leads a mission to democratize land ownership in Africa through progressive credit policies, technological advancements, and innovative structures. Build Bay is reshaping the real estate landscape in Africa, in Nigeria precisely. Their mission is to transform real estate transactions, introducing transparency and efficiency for all stakeholders involved. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a co-founder of Build Bay with us to speak with us on the business of real estate. So let us make welcome Stephen Wachuku on stage. Well,
Hi everyone. So I had to walk up here with my jacket on so that the capture can record that I came in looking fly before I take it off. So I'm allowed to take it off, yes? So permit me to do this, guys, because these guys man my jacket. Okay. Hi again, guys. All right, my name is Wanchuku Stephen. First of all, let me say a big thank you to everyone here, especially the organizers of this event. I've been looking at the ladies man in the camera. That's not something you see all the time. They've been standing, like even me self sitting for that period of time. I'm already tired. For that, not to talk of someone that was standing all through the program. So big shout out to both of you. All right, so I'm expected to speak on the business of real estate, but nah, I get coconuted. I'm not going to speak. All right, so jokes apart, the essential reason why I will not be speaking so much on that is because we've listened to a lot of knowledge import here so far. We've listened to captains of industry, experts from Nigeria and far wide. And I think too much of information at the same time might just be too much of an overload. That's when you see the computer bringing out smoke, right? So, and if I start talking too much about real estate, it's just going to get really, really boring. And you guys will just be staring until my time is over. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit story about myself. The organizers of this event, and I say organizers as plural, they are very good friends of mine. So I would make an exception to be vulnerable. Usually people don't tell you their in-depth story. They just come and tell you, you know, how they got the gold and how they are now appearing or shining, right? So I'm a co-founder today, thanks to God, at Build Bay. I'm the co-founder and president at Build Bay Limited. Build Bay is a property technology company. What we do essentially is to drive real estate with technology. And you ask, how? Why? Is it that machine will be carrying block? No, we are set out to make the average Nigerians homeowners. So I'll give you a little bit of number because I studied accounting, so it did a big mistake in my profile, but I'll get there. So I have a degree in accounting first, before economics. I'm a distinction student, so you can't do me anything. So anyways, today the housing deficit in Nigeria is about 28 million, right? And according to the CBN and World Bank, we're expected to provide 1 million houses every day for 30 years for us to be able to cope that. But last year we did about 2022, we did about 98. So let's just round it out to 100K. So that's just 10% of what we're supposed to do annually, right? And last year we didn't even do as much as we did 2022 because 2022 was really a boom in the real estate space. So what you then find out is what they call affordable isn't really affordable. They tell you, you know, everybody, it's an overused word, right? Everyone just says, property, this land at Bejuleki is affordable, but you need to make 3 million down payments, you know. So, and then if you begin from 3 million down payment, you cut off about 90% of Nigerians, and I say that from data. According to, I think it's NDIC now, the percentage of people that maintain 500,000 naira in their account the entire year in Nigeria, they're not up to 20%. So if you are here, you maintained 500K in your account throughout 12 months, you are richer than 80% of Nigerians. So don't call yourself poor again. So when you go by that data, you then begin to wonder how you expect majority of the population to become landowners. So what BuildPay set out to do is to tackle the bottlenecks. Is real estate really, really affordable? Yes, it is. And I will explain that. Are you guys familiar with Ibeju-Lekki? So if you're to go to Ibeju-Lekki from here, you're going to pass Lekki, the original Lekki phase 1. You're going to pass it. And from Lekki, you get to Ikate, which is still Lekki, right? You get to Osapa, which is still Lekki too. Then you begin to get to Chevron, VGC, Aja, Sangotedo, give me names, Lakowe. So, Aboyaya. Then you begin to wonder, so what, before you even get to, you get to Eleko, before you even get to Ibeju. So now begin to ask yourself, so why not Ibeju Eleko? I mean, because you get to Eleko before you get to Ibeju. So why not the nearest bus stop? Or you do Ibeju Lakowe or Ibeju Aja. So the essential reason for the Lekki attachment is to drive value. So for the sake of this place, let me say big men like us, because me, I know I'm not a big man. You know, for big men like us that are yet to gather our money for Lekki phase 1, once we hear Ibeju Lekki, say at least Lekki is Lekki. You know, so that's the essential reason for the name attachment, right? So when you then, another thing is when you have influx of human beings going to a particular location, is that a problem? Okay. Going to a particular location, that also drives the value of that location, whether they are building or not. By the time you begin to see more than 2 real estate companies, 3 real estate developers, you know, it just drives the value, right? However, one thing doesn't change, the original acquisition cost, right? Ibeju-Lekki today goes for about 25 million, right, per plot. However, if you had acquired Ibeju-Lekki, say 2017, you probably would have gotten it for less than 500,000. Right? So imagine if you acquire that property at that time and you want to sell now and you're selling at 3 million, people will say it's scam. But you still be in profit. Right? Because by the time you factor exchange rates, you factor inflation, you say, bad as bad, from 500,000, let me do 5 million. You're still in profit. Regardless. So these are the bottlenecks that BuildPay looked at for and said, we are going to, if possible, make real estate as cheap as possible. Although we don't use name cheap, you don't use word cheap, we use affordable. So today, or for the past 3 years, on BuildPay platform, you can actually own a land with as little as 215 naira on a daily basis for 2 years. Literally. And I say literally because today we have 22,000 customers. We have allocated to about 1,500 customers. We have transacted, now listen to this, about 1.7 million days payment for land. And that's about 4,700 years of payment for real estate, right? And our idea is we're going to make it flexible. Beyond that, we're going to make it affordable. So affordability, you see how low it is. Now, 250 is not for Ibeju-Lekki. So the price ranges from 250 upward, right? So you have 2,000 daily, you have 600 daily, etc., across the nation, right? And then we made it flexible by saying, hey, don't give us the money at once. Let's do on a daily basis, right? For 2 years. So you could pay daily, pay weekly, pay monthly. Now, imagine you paying 500 naira on a daily basis. How would you do that? You know, given your routine already, you can't go into your bank every day. You can forget to send that transfer or do that transfer because maybe network is not going now. You just forgot. You know, sometimes I even try to send, for the sake of this conversation, money to church every day. You know, only 500, 1K. Because me, I join morning prayer, right? But sometimes I just forget because the network isn't favoring. And I will just forget for the entire day. So now imagine if I had to send as little as 500 on a daily basis. So we said, let's bring in technology such that customers can be auto-debited So you don't have to move a muscle, just set it and say, debit me on a daily or a weekly or a monthly in partnership with Paystack, and the system just does its magic, right? You attach your ATM card and voila, right? So, but beyond that, we also have, while, I have an app, online technology is so, because I believe everybody here now, they ask you, what kind of company do you want to own? You say, I want a tech company. There's just this finesse that comes with, guys, a tech brew, right? But beyond that, the Nigerian payment market is still about 90% cash based. That's why you see MoneyPoint doing so much figure, and all respect to Flutterwave. Everything Flutterwave has done, has achieved in the past 6 years. That's what MoneyPoint is processing every 3 months. Why? Because our transaction in this Nigeria is still 90% cash based. You might be educated, but you're still okay with, you still prefer to do transfer, use your ATM card, or give cash, right? So for my experience, like I mentioned earlier, we have about 22,000 customers. We've had a case where, we have many cases actually, where people who are well-known, educated, some might even be your classmates in school, university, and you introduce them to the product and they say, oh yeah, this is great. However, I don't want you to be auto-debiting me. There's just this thing with Nigerians, and you can go into my account just like that, so they just prefer to pay through an agent. So we also have the offline bit, and I can tell you the offline contributes almost as the online, right? I'm seeing all of this for a reason. And at the beginning I said, I'm going to tell you a little bit of my story, right? So I'd like to retitle what I'm going to speak on today. I like to call it Creating Wealth in alignment with the conference title, right? Creating Wealth with or without resources, right? And I'm going to be aligning that with my story so far. I'll say it again. Creating wealth with or without resources. So me, I wasn't born, silver spoon, they say now. I don't think there was any spoon. So that was how I started. I think it was Ijesha or something. I can't remember. I didn't have sense before we moved. So we moved to somewhere around Liasu, if you guys know Liasu Road. And I grew up there. Yeah, it got to council. Yeah. So I grew up there, and oftentimes I would walk without. I had shoes, though, don't get me wrong. This is not without shoes. I had shoes, but, poor kid. Your parents don't really care whether you walk barefooted or not. But a rich kid, you have to wear hygiene. You can't even carry their baby too much. You have to wash your hands. I was at one of my mentors' house one time, and I got there. I was already for a guy. And I go there and say, baby. He said, no. Go and sanitize your hand. I said, okay. But back then, no one really cared how we were, how we looked self, not to talk of who was going to carry us, right? So I'm saying all of this just to make you guys understand my background, right? And how much of resource we had at our disposal then. I attended a grammar school, somehow. I'm sure they didn't include that in my profile. So I attended a grammar school, I learned from a grammar school, throughout primary and secondary, before I then went to the Polytechnic. Even the Polytechnic itself, I think JAM did this thing. I finished really early. I finished 14. So JAM didn't really make mark because I was at home for 2 years. So 16, I was still early, right? So I quickly went to Polytechnic, did well. I like to say that thing, I did well. I did well in accounting. And I'll tell you why I'm saying all of this, right? And then I left there. I got a job at GT Bank. At GT Bank. So they call us contract staff then. And I think they still have that now. What that means is you're a citizen, but do you understand? If they're going abroad, Nigeria, go abroad, want to go and work. You still see that you don't have access to everything. They charge you more in tax, that sort of thing. That's how it is. So we didn't have all the benefits. We were in charge of the hard work, not necessarily smart work, right? So usually, a contract staff, a workroom teller, your one is just to count money and that's about it, right? But something happened during my own time. I was counting money. I was the best at counting money because I have a good relationship with numbers. I don't need calculators. I'm not the guy that you can tell and, tell you a particular day. Not that kind. But, 1 + 1, 2 × 2, those things were really easy for me. So I excelled very well. But like I said, I did something special. I also worked with customer service. I was going into the bulk room by myself, into the vault by myself. I was balancing the bank's account. Now, this was me at 17. I was balancing the bank's account and all of that. Now, I was able to do this because, one, I worked really hard. Now, my place at the bank then was just to count money. So how did I get to the customer service desk? How did I get to cashing out from the vault? So for better understanding, in any bank branch, you can't go, the minimum number of people that can go into the vault at the same time has got to be 2. One person can't go into the vault, right? Because oftentimes you don't have camera inside the vault, you just have camera at the corridor of the vault, right? So, but in those days, I would go inside the vault alone and I would balance the branch book daily. And the reason for that was because I had integrity. First lesson. Remember, I said the story will be the teaching, correct? First lesson. When you're born without resources, the one resource you can get that you don't need anybody to give to you is your integrity. You can ask those who know me. Anytime you see me and I need to introduce myself, I don't tell you my name is Steven. I don't tell you my name is Wanchuku. I tell you my name is Steven Wanchuku. And it's been intentional from the onset. And the reason for that is because I knew that because of my situation, because of the family I was blessed with, I needed integrity. See, rich people like to move together. And that's the best thing to do. You will know when you become rich. Don't worry. You don't need to beef anybody. When you become rich, it's not an insult. I'm giving you fact. It's not an insult. Listen, if you move with 5 dull people, just one thing is guaranteed. You might not be taller, but trust me, you won't become wiser. Fact. So, if I become rich, the first thing, let me even tell you guys the truth. The moment I started making significant money, there is money you make and it goes as you're making it. You get? But there's money you make and it stays. Despite what is going, something is stationary, right? The moment I got to that point, in my little way, guess what I started doing? I started seeking for my friends that were not following me before because they've advanced. I started seeking for them. Guy, invite me to your party now. See my profile. I'll be co-founder now. See my profile. It was very important because if you don't work with wealthy people, how do you even multiply your money? You think it's only just by news, right? But back to the story. The reason it was important to prioritize integrity was because whether the person is rich or not, everybody wants to work with a man of integrity or a woman of integrity. Somebody that they can trust to say, if I place this thing in your care, nothing will happen to it. Right? So this was what gave me access to, all of these things I did at bank. So I left GT Bank and then I went to Access Bank and they used me at GT Bank because of the fact that I was willing. And which is another thing I want you to take out of it. At this young stage, give yourself. Allow yourself to be used. Today they'll say, you're woke. You employed me for this, and that's what I'm doing. I'm doing just enough to get paid by the end of the month, and just enough not to be sacked. That won't help you. Trust me. One thing, in your journey of life, everything you're doing, someone is always watching. And I'm not talking about God. Someone is always watching, and that person will remember you for what you've displayed. So at the early stage, what I would say is allow yourself to be used. If you want to learn, allow yourself to be used. There's a story about the Samsung family. How many of you guys know the Samsung? Samsung. Best phone in the world. Don't mind any other story. Best phone in the world. Anyways, so Samsung family. Samsung is from South Korea, if I'm not mistaken, from South Korea. As a matter of fact, you know what they say? They say The capital of South Korea is Samsung. That's how big they are. They are involved in everything, right? Now, the founder of the former CEO of Samsung has 4 kids, right? 1 girl, 3 girls, 1 boy. Now, the eldest girl, after she went abroad, got her master's, guess where she started? She started as an intern at Samsung with a fake name. You can Google this. Now, why? Because it was important for her to learn. Despite all the masters and whatnot, it was important for her to learn. That is someone with immense resources. Not to not talk of me, because if I point to you now, I think I'm attacking you. Not to not talk of me. So one of the fastest way you can grow is allow yourself to be teachable. Right? No matter who you are, whether you're tall or short, whether you're ahead in life, you have to allow yourself to be teachable. And if truly you allow yourself to be teachable, then you will put yourself at the service of others, especially when you're not there yet. So, fast forward, I moved to Access Bank. I did about 7 months, not too much experience. It was just a replica of everything I've picked up from GT Bank. And then I advanced to First Bank. Now, at First Bank, it was a game changer. I was at the head office this time around. I worked with the best of the best. At the time, I worked with the group head banking services, who was leading about 700 branches at First Bank, and I think about 6 head office department. Right? She was really young and everything. She's like my number 1 mentor. And, because of that, my spirit of use me. When I'm done with my work, I go to my superiors beyond her, right? Because my guy is just one person. I know guys now, they are too far from me. How many things can you do for them, right? But she had people working with her, department at the head office. They call them banking improvement. So I'll go to these guys and say, team of experts, and say, what can I do for you? Do you want me to do something with Excel for you, or write a memo for you, or take care of something for you? I did all of that. And guess what? I was really, really improving. It got to a point that the chief operating officer in the bank is like the number 3 in the bank, in the entire bank, came to me and said, my boss's name is Tokwe. I said, yeah, okay, Topsy. You're Topsy's boy, right? Say, yes, okay, send me your account number. And I kid you not. So at First Bank, then they use uniform numbers, all the organs. So it's like they had a partnership with Airtel. So it's like 07080, So the only difference will be the last 4 numbers. They send me an account number. The chief strategist then, Mr. Oche, did the same thing. The Tokwe's boy, Abi, please keep it up. Although down things money. Keep it up. Now, what am I trying to say? I was really, really improving, not because I was doing my job, but because I was demonstrating that I want to be taught by putting myself in the service of others. And I really, really grew. So trust me, one of the ways you can create wealth without resources, emphasis on that, is for you to learn a lot. Now, somebody was talking about his limitation as regards taking courses, right? Because he didn't have money, right? But you could find somebody, maybe someone who is an expert, maybe even the speaker, and say, oh, let me connect with you. Anytime you have any, you can just give me it for free. I will work for you. Anything you want me to do, I'll do it for you for free. What you will find out is they'll begin to throw more things at you that would grow your skill over time, right? Now, I did all of that. Don't forget, I was still a contractor, right? But I broke a lot of records because I was putting myself in the services of others. Number 1, I was promoted like 3 times in 2 years. That never happened. You should be promoted your first 2 years, 1 promotion. And then if you're going to get promotion again, it will be 1 year at least with exceptional promotion. I was promoted 3 times in 2 years. That's 1. Number 2, I was the first contract staff. I don't know if I was the only till now, I don't know. But then I was the first contract staff in the history of the bank that was sent outside the country for a project. So I was on the African integration team that expanded First Bank's operation to 6 African countries. And then I was still 22. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think 2021. I was 21 then. Now, all of this was essentially because I made myself useful to others. So when they were assembling that team of experts, I mean, I wasn't an expert. When they were assembling that team of experts, one Chico Stevens' name came up. Why? Because he has demonstrated that he is useful, right? And that was only possible not because of the skill I took to the bank, but because of the skill I was able to gather, to learn, to gain while I was at the bank by offering myself to be teachable, right? So I left there, went back to Bowen University, got to one in account in economic system around, while also consulting for First Bank. And then I led the business team at Mycover Genius. Mycover Genius is the leading insurance company in Nigeria today. Insurance technology, I beg your pardon, in Nigeria today. And then in 2020, after the COVID, I launched Build Bill with my partner, Lekon Adeniji. And the rest is history. However, before that time, I sold shoes. I had a shoe brand called the Cobbler NG. I sold shoes. It was essentially handmade shoes. Now, honestly, I sold those shoes based on my integrity. So I just go to every single person I have known all through my time at all the banks and say, I sell shoes now. And instantly, and I kid you not, almost instantly they buy. Now, bear in mind, at this time, they were no longer at DT Bank or First Bank. They moved to MTN, UBA. I still have some videos on Instagram. Me going to those offices with those bags and everything. And those guys bought. You know why? Because they knew that all their experience with one Chico Steven, yes, though he might not come from a very rich family. However, he had integrity. So integrity usually comes with quality. Trust me, integrity always comes with quality. And I'll tell you why. If you have integrity, you can't offer anybody inferior job or less than quality. You can't. Because you'll be plain to them that this is what I can offer. So usually integrity comes with, and nobody would settle for less. So usually integrity comes with quality. So when I told them that, I'm not in the shoe business, oftentimes, almost immediately, they just bought. And know that, if Steven Wanchukwu's name is on it, it's going to sell. Then after that, I tried to find a company called My eStore. That one too, it failed. The shoe company failed eventually. So it failed as well. But one lesson I would like you guys to take from the shoe company experience is this. In life, you need relationship. Whatever it is you want to do in this life, trust me, by yourself, you can move from here to here, which is a straight line progress, right? But there's this one. You know that, which is more than this. You see, for you to do this, you need people. You can never do it alone. I'm telling you fact. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you facts. You can never do it alone. There are things that would take you 10 years to achieve. But if you know people, probably take you 1 year. Or maybe even less. Now, somebody asked me one time, he said, if my parents won't introduce me to these people that really matter, how would I meet these people? It starts from what you're doing now. Who are you even working with now? Who are you working with now that in 10 years' time, they can be of good use to you? I don't know if you guys get it. Those that went to King's College. You guys know King's College? The famous, proud. See, today, when they are doing their alumni stuff like this, you see Osibanjo was secretary, was the vice president, was the secretary at one time. Oluman connotes. Oh, sorry. Everybody don't understand, the vice president. So imagine if there was no relationship, nobody made any effort. Now, one of your friends that you can say, Osibanjo, Banjo, come here, how far? Is now the vice president of your nation. So it is important that you select your relationship carefully and maintain them. At the beginning of this month, you know what I did? I'm very bad at keeping in touch with people. Very bad, right? So I do it like a robot. So I wrote a list of people that I know that I want these people. I've worked with them over the years and they were important then. So definitely, most likely they're important now. So I made a list and said, I'm just going to send them. Chief, how you doing? It's been a while. Oh. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying hi. And I'm going to do that routinely. It might be once a month. It might be twice a month. It might be once in 2 months, etc. It's important because if you don't keep in touch with me, one day when you need my help, that might be hard for you to ask. It might be hard for me to do. So relationship, you will find any billionaire you see today, you would notice that one thing they have is relationship. Count all the billionaires or name all the billionaires in the country today. You would see that they have good relationships, right? Take it outside. You see that they have good relationships. If you watch some of these documentaries on Netflix about billionaires, you see how much relationship they have. And you don't necessarily need to have money to get a good relationship, right? All you just need to do is to be intentional from now. Now, one of the ways to maintain a good relationship is to provide value, right? And, somebody said something. He said, this time, you guys should turn it off. So somebody said something. He said, if you're 10 today, in 15 years, you'll be 25. How would you become 25? The answer is simple. You lived day by day for 15 years. If for some reason you could skip 14 years, by 15 years, you would be 11. What does that mean? If you really want to be someone of huge value, it's going to take you adding value to yourself every day. According to study, if you can digest 10,000 hours of studying a particular course, you would know more about that course than 99% of the world's population. Right? So what's important, just like when you go to the gym and you do 24 hours of lifting dumbbells, it won't do nothing. But if you go to the gym and do 30 minutes of whatever for a long period of time, that 24 hours, cut it down to 30 minutes and do it for that number of days or number of weeks, you're going to get more results. What am I trying to say? What I interpret to is what is most important is consistency. Somebody explained it this way. He said, when you read something today, right? Watch my leg. When you digest something today, it starts here. When you digest something tomorrow, it will be placed here. Now, every single thing you digest, there's just a tiny rope ahead of it. So if you digest another thing the following day, the rope that comes with the knowledge of that following day can easily attach to the one at the first, right? And if you continue that process for, say, 5 years, it would really, really be easy for you to remember what you digested the very first day, right? But when you do today, and then you say, Bolin, let's go to, they don't let me mention any venture now. And then in 1 week time, you then carry your book and read. You will find out that it will become hard for you to remember what you studied 1 week ago. You then have to go and reference, right? Now imagine some of us, when we were in school then, cannot reading anything. Night of exam like this, it doesn't work that way. And some will say, so long as I attend every single lecture, forget it. It doesn't work that way. You would never achieve something of great substance with shortcuts or by guessing or based on vibe. It doesn't work that way. It can only get you as far. Just something okay. But if you're going to achieve something of good substance, you can't do guesswork. You can't do shortcuts. You are going to actually provide real value. And the best way to do that is to train yourself over time. When I started Build Bay, we had 0 naira. And I say 0 naira, I'm telling you 0 naira. I just left my job then at my last place of work. And we had nothing. All we had was a product. We knew what we wanted to do. We had the knowledge. It was so bad. And when we were going for meetings, we sat down with all the real estate companies, all of them. And they said it wasn't possible. How can you sell land for 500 naira, 250? No, it's not possible. But for these guys to even take you, eventually we settle with one long story. But for these guys to even take you serious, you have to appear certain. You can't come there on bike. So we would enter normal downfall bus, right? And take bike. So when we are close to their place, we now order Uber. So it's just 500 naira. So when you get to the location, you alight in a car. You understand? So AC fitted, everything nice. And that was what we did for a long time until we were able to seal the deal. Now, what I'm trying to say with that story is one thing was important. We had substance. We were not men of, I want to do this. We knew how to do it based on experience. And it wasn't because we had one master's or we've gone outside the country or our daddy showed us the way. It was because of the fact that over the years, we've made ourselves teachable. Somebody said something, he said, proof of desire is pursuit. I'll say it again. The proof of desire is pursuit. What that means is you cannot say you desire something without going after that thing. Is that possible? It's not possible. So if truly you wish to acquire wealth, then you must pursue it. And if you have all of these things, the last thing that you would need would now be money. And guess what? There are so many people that have money, but not so many people with value. And those that have money are looking for those that have value. You say somebody should come and invest in your business. I say, oh yeah, brother Tech, say something. You don't even know your industry. You know, my firm functioned for like 6 months in the bus. Kid you not. We had 3 staffs. They were always stationary in the company's bus. Branded. We got the bus from somewhere like that. 6 months, 6 or 7 months in the bus. You know, we had somewhere that we had an agreement with them that this is our office, and our boss was always parked in front of the office. So when customers come to look for us, where are you? We just came back from one outing, so we are still in the bus. So what's up? How you doing? How's it going? What do you need? For about 7 months. And the reason this was possible, again, you know, I keep my mind on one thing. You can create wealth without or very little resources. It's very possible. I've done it. So this is not something I read in one Kiyosaki book. No, I've done it. And it's very possible. And I can tell you that one of the things that made it very possible was because of the fact that I had value. How did I get this value again? I made myself teachable. I pursued my desire. I made relationships. See, I can tell you the purpose of every single friend I have today. I have a friend, he's a bookworm. The only reason me and that guy we are friends, aside from things like, yeah, he's doing well, I'm doing well. I've never given him money before. He's never given me money. We never asked because he's a bookworm. So every time we sit down together, the only thing that guy is telling me is, have you read this book? So he has a part to play in my life. I have a friend, Christian. There's nothing I can tell in this life. Christian. And one of the reasons I have him close is for that fact that this guy would ensure that I stay with Christ. I have a friend, anything cryptocurrency, in short, a few days ago, he still showed me only like 2 coins. I said, this coin, he just did 10x. That. So I don't have any friend that when we sit down, we are gossiping. I don't have those kind of friends. If we are gossiping about strategies that this firm used. How can you raise $10 million and you're winding up? You know, so, and this was intentional. In short, my partner, Lekon, we met at this football viewing center. We went to watch football, and then he saw the cobbler. I said, buddy, we're not friends. We just know each other. He stays in the area, I stay in the area. Oh, he stayed there. I said, Chief, how you doing? Tell me about the cobbler.ng. And I told him that, I like this idea, that I'm also working on XYZ. And since that day, every single time, did you hear what social company is doing now? Oh, they did this. Oh, did you read this news? And then one day he came to me and he said, I visited one real estate company and they said they can collect payment for 1 year. And I'm like, what? Payment for 1 year? What if you make it 2 years? Okay, what if you want 100,000 customers? How would you handle that bookkeeping? You bring in technology. Oh, that's what Paystack does. Paystack can do auto debit. Ta-da! You'd be. So imagine if every time he came to me, all we're talking about was, Davido and Wizkid. Davido is the best. Do you know that Cristiano Ronaldo, anytime he takes 3 steps, he's gonna hear a bang. If he takes another one, so be intentional. So when I say intentional about your relationship, I'm not just talking about, the guy drives a Benz. I'm talking about someone of value, someone with substance. So that when you hit him like this, it won't echo. Do you understand? All right. Now, another important thing, guys, and this is key. Key. I've spoken about consistency as well, right? This is key. Another important thing is honor. See, if there's one thing you leave here with today that you won't joke with from my talk with you guys, is honor. Pastor Selman, you guys know Pastor Selman now, and the one that is always dropping knowledge. He said something. He said he has never seen any man who has the antidote to honor. When you honor men, you find it impossible not to feel like they owe you. Oftentimes, the mistake we make, the Gen Zs, I'm not Gen Z. I'm not Gen Z. I remove myself intentionally. The mistake we make as Gen Zs is we only honor people that we feel like they have what we want. We only honor people we feel like they can favor us. So that man is a big man. Every time you see him, sir, well done, sir. Well done, man. You get. But when they see their colleagues, okay, sit down there, I'm coming. You don't come. If they now see people that are even lower than them, they don't even exist. Just walk past the cleaner. See something here now. Want you do I depend you. This is supposed to do. So I have a chef. I have a cleaner in my house. And my guys that have visited my house, they can testify to this. Every single time I pay them. Right? Pay them, they have access to Wi-Fi. I'm just trying to say they are okay, mas. But every single time I tell them to do something, I tell them, please. When that thing is done, I say, thank you. So I say, okay, I want custard this morning. When they bring the custard, once she's dropping it, I'm saying, thank you, ma. You know why that's easy for me? It's a thing of habit for me now. It's not something I just do intentionally. I can't do without it. It's like you saying, I breathe intentionally. No. That's something I just do normally. Do you understand? So you need to make it a practice to honor everybody you cross path with. Everybody. Treat everybody with respect. Just know that, see, you don't honor people to get something back. If you honor me today, you might not get anything from me. But remember what I started with. Somebody is always watching. See, the universe will find a way. That's how my mentor put it. Mentor said, there's Topsy Kola Oyeleni. That's her name. You guys can look her up. She has a book called Unleash. Perfect book for you to read. Topsy Kola Oyeleni. You can order it, they'll deliver it to you. It's very cheap. It's called Unleash. She said something. She said, when you practice honor, the universe will look for a way to reward you. When you honor people, anybody you meet, sometimes, and people in the real estate will tell you this, some of the biggest deals that they record was brought by one Aboki who has one of his uncle that has money. Just for the basic fact that when you see that guy every day, you just greet him and say, how far are you doing? There are complaints. I've read about a complaint where every time they have their strategic session, they will bring in their cleaners, divide their attempts into 3 or 4. So every team will have an executive, we have a salesperson, we have cleaners. So go through life with the ideology that everybody can contribute to your life. And by so doing, it will become very easy for you to honor people, right? I'll leave you with 2 more things. Very short story. So are you guys familiar with the chess game? a chess game, right? So you know you have the pawn, you have the knight, bishop, rook, king, and queen, right? And there's something they call checkmate, which brings the end of the game, correct? So the story of there's a story called the checkmate art drawing, right? And this drawing is about two people playing chess, right? The devil and human, right? And it's called the checkmate. And checkmate is at that point where the other player can no longer make a move, correct? So it was placed at this museum in Paris. You see what I did there? I didn't say Paris, I said in Paris. That's what Swedish people do. So in Paris, and these students were to go on an excursion at the museum, right? Now, but somehow, one of the students going there happened to be a world-class chess player. So they toured around the museum, right? They saw many artwork, and they got to the checkmate art. And, you know, the guy there, the tall guy there was like, oh, this is the devil, this is human. And the human had his hand like this, which means it is over, correct? And the devil had a smile on his face. And, you know, the tall guy was like, you know, it's just, you know, representation of the fact that the devil is winning in our world today, and everybody just said, oh, wow, this is beautiful, right? And left. Now, all the students left and followed the tour guide, except one, this world-class chess player. And he stood there for minutes until the tour guide noticed him and said, let's assume his name is Stephen. He said, Stephen, what are you doing there? And the guy said, this artwork is wrong. And the guy was like, what do you mean? Is it that the brush did not touch one place very well? Is it that one place is not smooth? Is it that they used the right color? I said, no. The whole artwork is wrong. I said, how can you tell? He said, I'm a world-class chess player. And if you look at the setting of the pieces on this chess, you know, they have black and white. So you would notice that the human being has one more move. Again, it's an artwork that says checkmate to depict that the devil is winning the human race. And the human race is failing, right? And the human no longer has a move. But this is a professional chess player saying it is wrong. Why? Because the human can still move his king. And what that said to me was that no matter the situation you find yourself in, no matter how bad it is, just know that your God still has one more move in your life. And never, ever give up on yourself. No matter the level of limitation you have, no matter how difficult it is, never, for whatever reason, because of time, I can't tell you, you know, all of the difficulties I've faced in my journey so far. But one thing I can tell you for a fact is never give up. Sometimes your problems just need time. So while you're asking God, give me money, you should be praying for God, give me strength. Because your problem doesn't even need money. It just needs time. And the last thing I would like to leave you with, everybody here is a Christian, correct? So whether you're a Christian or not, prayer is the same thing everywhere. They pray. Now, prayer is not a substitute for work. In any way, it's not. But when you pray, it's a form of meditation. And, sorry, ma'am, you teach meditation, yes, Laura? Good. And why is meditation important? In yoga, why is it important? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, to put all that together, to put everything she said together, is good for clarity. So what Christians don't realize is when they pray, when they're in a place of prayer, it's a place of meditation. It will give you clarity. Clarity to what? Everything you believe in as when it comes to Christianity, you believe that you're capable. You believe that you have God in you, so you can do all things, right? Now, if you believe that, in short, let me bust your brain. When we were creating BuildBee, everybody told us it was impossible, but we believed that we could do it, and that's why we pressed on. 3 years down the line, we have 22,000 customers. Do you understand? So, from my experience, and you need it in everything you do. So with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you that you can indeed create wealth with or with very little resources. Want to